or sometimes they're old fandom theories. Sometimes they're specifically attributable to somebody, which I'll always give credit to. So that's it. We're basically here. This is the compendium of all of my theories. Iceberg 1 was ancient lore and magic and the ancient past, Dawn Age stuff. And today it's going to be endgame theory predictions. So story predictions, still some magic stuff, but mostly tied to the characters and how things will resolve in the story. And we are going to fill up this whole iceberg today. There it is. Oh, I've got a new option. I can put myself on the side, or I could look at this. I could put myself in the corner. This is very exciting. As you can see, you can support the program with paypal.me, Mythical Astronomy. You don't need a PayPal account. If you want to do one-time donation, this is the easy way to do it. I do keep 100% of the proceeds, or very close, like 99% of the proceeds if you do that one. You can also use the super chat function inside of YouTube. I am very grateful for either one. And the way to do this, folks, today, and I'm going to keep the, by the way, the PayPal up so I can get these as soon as they come in. Basically, try to, if you have questions or comments, try to get them in during the theory that we're discussing so that we, I'm going to talk about each one for a few minutes. So once I start in on a theory, if you have a comment or a question about the theory, get it in quick, and that way you can have some participation. So that's how we do that. And thank you in advance for clicking like if you're watching, again, live or after the fact. And is there something wrong with the mic? Let's double check our audio. Let's see. Yes, good ears, good ears. Wrong mic was selected. Thank you. Who was that? Who caught that? Thank you, guys. I'm always the one in the back of the club going, that something's wrong with that speaker. So thanks, guys. Yeah, we got the mic. We got it going on now. Figaro. Okay, all right. Thank you, friends. That's me. The corner. Thank you, Isabel. That's me in the corner. Second guessing the mix down. Okay, so we are here, like I said, endgame plot predictions. We are going to fill up this whole iceberg, and you can participate with super chats and PayPals. What the fuck? Harrison Grant Williams, long-time myth head Harrison Grant Williams. Do you believe that George will wait until the 7th book to have Dany's dragons eat the meat from the moon? You keep referring to, the meteor moon. It's the one with more meat. The moon, the meat eaters. We'll see. It's a joke about the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. All the meat eaters, the meat eating dinosaurs are killed by a meteor. So we have. Thank you, Harrison. Yes, I do think the moon meteors will. That's going to be one of my. I am going to address that prediction. So we will get there. I do believe those will be coming at the end of Winds of Winter, because it seems like the long night has to fall by the ends of Winds of Winter. So there you go. Thanks, guys. Always approve of wordplay puns, as we know, as does George. So let's start in on the iceberg, level 1. And of course, this will be accompanied with art. I have worked very hard ahead of time to prepare all the artwork. There's something like 100 pieces of art loaded in here. So yes, LmL, working hard for you, the people. First one is going to be, I'll let you get the whole group here. Yes, so right at the top, we have Jon Dany Azor Ahai Reborn. This is so like I said, let me explain the Waterline idea. So as we go further down, we will go from basic to complex. Not necessarily more likely or less likely, rather simple to complex. I will give you my sort of general take on how likely I think a given theory is. The ones that are more my own are closer to the iceberg on the left side of the screen, and the ones that are more less mine are on the right side of the screen. But that's not always true, because sometimes I just had to fit them in there. I will let you know as I go. But Jon and Dany being Azor Ahai Reborn, obviously this is not attributable to anyone. This is a baseline conclusion. So the Azor Ahai Reborn prophecy. right there on the screen. Let me adjust a couple of windows here so I can see what I'm doing. How's that looking? That's pretty good. Okay. So this is a quote, of course. Benero has sent forth the word from Volantis. Her coming is the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. From smoke and salt was she born to make the world anew. She is Azor Ahai returned, and her triumph over darkness will bring a summer that will never end. Death itself will bend its knee, and all those who die fighting in her cause shall be reborn. This is, of course, Dracarys by Zorori. And Dany is very obviously Azor Ahai reborn. She gave birth to the dragons beneath the bleeding star. It's the most straightforward fulfillment of the prophecy that you can possibly have. Dany is obviously a heroic figure. Her and Jon have many parallels. I often point out that they are the two characters who we find most often throwing themselves in the breach, willing to sacrifice either their own physical self to danger or their own desires or plans in order to try to do the right thing, protect the most people. That is what I think makes them heroes. I've talked about this many times. I do think there are 3 heads of the dragon. One of the meaning of 3 heads of the dragon is 3 Azor Ahai reborn people. Dany and Jon are the first 2. I will tell you who I think the third one is later on. It is a little more complicated, so I put it further down the iceberg. But this one shouldn't be hard. Jon's going to fulfill this prophecy when he's reborn. And this is another clue about moon meteors going to be causing the new long night. Jon needs to be reborn under a bleeding star. And perhaps that's Melisandre, whose eyes are like red stars, sacrificing herself to resurrect Jon. Perhaps that will fulfill the prophecy. We all know the prophecies get fulfilled in many ways in A Song of Ice and Fire. George loves to do that. He's talked about that out, in interviews, how he likes, the prophecy will come true, but maybe not the way you think. So Jon, I would expect Jon's rebirth to be accompanied by a return of the comet, is what I was getting around to saying. It could be something more symbolic, but I do think the comet will return to cause the new long night disaster. And I think Jon's resurrection will be timed with that. And by the time he wakes up, he'll be fulfilling all the hallmarks of the prophecy as well. And there's actually a clue about that in the scene where Dany wakes the dragons. So you remember this is Drogo's funeral pyre, right? And no, the prophecies aren't all bullshit. I'm not sure how you got that impression. George does like to play with the unreliable narrator and the idea of people trying to interpret prophecy or interpret even the visions like that Melisandre sees or other people see. George likes to play with the idea that, it's hard to interpret. Right. There's that saying about prophecy. It will, take you in its mouth and you'll moan with the pleasure of it. And then it'll bite your prick off. So it'll get you if you mess with it. That's what Gorgon of Old Geese says. And Marwin repeats that for us. But prophecy is a magical story. It is a fantasy story, and the prophecies are important. But when you look at the characters in the story trying to interpret them, it is fraught with peril. Like we talked about Rhaegar just recently in the archetype stream about, Rhaegar's struggle to interpret prophecy and the sort of journey to doom that it led him, the dark road that it led him down, trying to do his best. But as you see, it didn't go well. I see a PayPal rolling in here about Cersei. A prediction about Cersei, which I don't really have any Cersei points on here, so I will briefly say that, yes, Cersei's shaping up to be the Dark Witch Queen of the story. Well, what do you mean by Witch Queen? Let's see, I'm reading the comment here. Oh, holding up at Casterly Rock. Yeah, no, I dig that. Okay, so you're predicting that she's going to be the Hands of White Fire Lady in Euron's vision. Yeah, so that could be, if Cersei goes back to Casterly Rock, that could be perhaps where she ends up in an alliance with Euron on the coast there. That could make a lot of sense. I do like that prediction. And there's some more here, but that's a little outside of the purview today. Oscar, I might return back to that one on a future Q&A. So I got a couple other pieces of artwork about Jon and Dany being Azor Ahai Reborn. It might, there's Johnny Boy. This is Fadli Rum Dany, whose art I'll use several times today. This could be a vision of the future. Jon with a burning longclaw, riding Rhaegal majestically through the snow. Yes, and it could end up looking a bit like this. This is the prince that was promised by Robert Maldonado. You can see the idea here. Jon with the burning sword, Dany with the dragons. Together, they're fucking shit up. So there you go. Basic stuff. Second one, and of course, if you watch this channel, you know I believe this. Dany is born to burn the others. Of course. What else are the dragons for? It's a little bit of a case of don't overthink it. You know, you have ice demons, we have dragons. They are going to come up against each other. That is part of it. Dylan Kane, you didn't miss nothing. We're just getting started there, friend. Once again, I don't have the tea in front of me, but I'm drinking wonderful loose leaf tea from Drogo Coffee, friend of the show. Drogo Coffee, check them out online. They named their company after a Song of Ice and Fire's own Khal Drogo. The least you could do is order some of their delicious tea. It is so good. All right. Best with local honey. Okay, so Dany's born to burn the others. Basic idea is obvious. The secondary idea, and of course you guys know I have a video called Born to Burn the Others, is that, you know, so here you can see the White Walker burning with the dragon fire. Dany, warrior Dany next to her dragon. The Daenerys art is by Alicia Gander, and the White Walker is Arkta Idri. Particularly useful piece of artwork. There's not a lot of Dragons versus White Walkers artwork in the world. But more specifically, there's some foreshadowing for Dany doing this, not just burning the White Walkers, but specifically doing so in order to free the Whites from their sort of icy bondage, their sorceress bondage. Dany has a habit of burning slavers to free slaves, as we know. She does that in Slaver's Bay. Burns the slave masters. Instead of just buying the Unsullied, she frees them all and essentially ends the practice by burning all the people who do it. So we then go on to see in the House of the Undying, she burns a bunch of cold blue shadows, which are gathered around a blue heart, which would seem to represent the heart of winter. And as this is happening, there's a reference to slavery because she's seeing a series of visions, and the last one is the bloodstained hands of the slaves that she's eventually going to free in Slaver's Bay. And it says, you know, they needed the life and the fire, and she gave herself to them. But then as she does that, she wakes up, and it's the Undying all around her, sucking on her, trying to essentially drain her life force. And that's when Drogon burns them. So you can see this pattern of Dany burning people that want to enslave others, either literally enslave them or magically enslave them. And then it's counterpointed with the slaves that she frees. So there's more to that in the Born to Burn the Others video. But that's the basic idea. And this artwork is House of the Undying by Travis Kohler. And the other one I just showed you was Daenerys by Magali Villanueva, who, of course, legendary Song of Ice and Fire artist. So that's that. It's pretty basic stuff. You hang around here, these parts, you know that's how I see Dany's story ending. I do think she will end up dying a heroic death in the North, as opposed to sort of regressing into quabbling over the Iron Throne after having saved humanity. That doesn't make sense to me. Next up, Euron crowned at Oldtown. Lovely place, Oldtown. Be a shame if someone Euroned all over it, right? We know that Euron is getting ready to fight a big sea battle. And this is by Serpent Guy, legendary, gigantic piece of artwork here. depicting the Kraken that Euron might summon. This Kraken is way too big. I hope he doesn't summon anything like this. You can see it has the evil red Euron blood eye on the Kraken. But the point is, Euron is going to use blood magic to win a great sea battle. And the goal is clearly to take Oldtown. Now, Oldtown is where kings are crowned. Even Aegon the Conqueror's reign is dated to when he was crowned in Oldtown, not his landing on Dragonstone. So I do think that Euron will crown himself king of Westeros at Oldtown. He will make a claim for it from there. And I believe he'll rule from atop the High Tower for a time. And yeah, that's pretty much the story. Let me show you those other two arts again. So on the left is Oldtown by Didier Graffet. And on the right is the High Tower by Ted Nasmith. I'll let you look at the beautiful Valyrian Sphinxes there for a second. Actually, I guess they're not Valyrian Sphinxes. They're kind of unique Oldtown Sphinxes. I take that back. How's everybody doing today? Just dove right in here. How's the chat? Chat's looking lively. How many people we got watching? 173. Welcome, welcome. I don't hear any cockatoos tantruming, do you? No, of course not. So next one will be Ghost Jon the Wolfman. Psh, psh, psh. This is the name of a Winds of Winter predictions video that I did with Quinn, and I've talked about this numerous places. Jon is dead. This is Jon and Ghost by Arantxa Sestao from the new A Song of Ice and Fire catalog. Jon is dead, and we know from from skin changer mechanics that Jon's spirit will have gone into his wolf ghost. And whatever resurrection Jon has, we're going to talk about that in a second. There's a good chance that Jon will come back more wolfish. This was first proposed by Radio Westeros, saying that Jon will be wolfish because he'll have spent time in Ghost. I actually took that further and said that his spirit will merge with Ghost spirit, and it'll be a combined Jon Ghost man wolf spirit that goes back into Jon's body, which will require, of course, the sacrifice of the wolf body. We've been over this many times. It's very sad. Silver lining is that Ghost will be alive in Jon. Basically, like I said in the last video, in the Firewights video, undead Jon will be lonely, but he'll have his wolf there to keep him company right inside his body. So he'll be the wolf man, teen wolf. He'll get a cool Teen Wolf high school Letterman's jacket, like in Teen Wolf. He'll be able to dunk a basketball for sure, even though he's short. That'll be good. So that's Ghost Jon the Wolfman. I've got one other piece of artwork for that. This is Crypts of Winterfell by Jung Yang. And of course, I used this in a live stream. I forget the title of it, but it's in the Jon playlist. I have a Jon Snow playlist with several videos about Jon. There's Lord Snow, Promise to the Others, and one more too. So let's see if I can zoom in just a little bit here. Oh, that's more than a little bit. Abort. What a nice chest you have, Ghost Jon the Wolfman. All right. See, that's too much. I need to go back. It's just a little bit. There we go. That's good. That's about perfect. Okay. Now I'm happy. Yes, he'll be a werewolf instead of a werewolf, something like that. Yes. So then next we've got Arya is going to lead the wolf pack. I think I'm doing these slightly out of order. Whatever. Arya will lead the wolf pack. This is an obvious thing. It's definitely going to happen. And here's what it might look like. Here's a pic. This is called Arya's Contemplation by David Fedorzuk. And you can see how big the direwolf will be by this time. And of course, her wolf Nymeria is leading a giant wolf pack around the Riverlands. We know that. And we know that Arya maintains contact with Nymeria, continuing her wolf dreams in the House of Black and White, howling and snarling in her dream. So it's pretty much a must. And I talked about this in King Bran, Greenseer, Kings of Ancient Westeros. And by the way, my loveliest, I scrolled the wrong way. My lovely assistant, Minty Moonstone, Minty Maelstrom, will be dropping the links in the chat as I talk about these theories. So on the rewatch, guys, if you're watching back and it's not live, there's a button for a live chat replay. So you can enjoy all the clever witticisms in the chat, as well as the links that are being dropped. Or you can just easily search for them on my channel. Not too hard to find. All right, so there's a couple more Arya artworks. And as I discussed, it's not just going to be Arya leading the wolf pack, but Bran participating as well. That's what the foreshadowing shows me, is Bran and Arya both. Bran can hop around from wolf to wolf. You could see Arya fighting with Nymeria. I don't know if she'll ride on Nymeria's back. She probably could, though. Arya's probably not physically very big yet. She's only like 11 or 12. She's always been kind of small. So the one on the left is Arya Stark and Nymeria by AX Jockson, Jacqueline Jockson, as you can see right on the screen. And it is super cool. Just vicious direwolf there. Huge direwolf. And the one on the right is Arya by Kayla Woodside. And if you look in the background, you can see the wolf pack behind the Weirwood tree in the distance. So, yeah, it's going to be good stuff. And I think to expand on this, I think the Faceless Men are well aware of Arya's warging. They call her Wolf Child. They know that or call her a wolf. I forget what they use, but the kindly man refers to Arya as a wolf. And we know that Arya howls in her sleep. And the Faceless Men are aware of magic in general. They collect knowledge on everything. They raided the libraries of, Oldtown, obviously, and probably other places like Valeria. So it is, they kind of keep promoting Arya, despite the fact that she doesn't really follow the rules. So I think they are not training her to be a normal Faceless Man, but rather as a weapon. I do think the Faceless Men may be concerned about the threat of the others. Because if you think about it, it's, the idea of zombies and whites, pretty much a violation of everything the Faceless Men hold dear. So if they're aware of the others and the whites, I think they would be against them. And that seems to be what their actions may be behind. I also talked about this in the Winds of Winter prediction about Arya with Quinn, rather. And, I've got a PayPal I missed from a few minutes ago. Let's see here. Balanced Beans Bookkeeping asking, perfect timing, if Arya's skin changes the cat while she's awake. Yes, that is exactly what happens. And it's no doubt that the Faceless Men would figure out that that's what's happened. But on the whole, they do seem to be aware of her talent. The question is, does this put her on a power level with Bran? Not with Bran, obviously, because Bran's a Greenseer. However, I've made the point that this is very strong warg powers. And Amira, is this you, Balanced Beans? This looks like your question. So essentially, she's not only is she able to skin change a cat, which is not we're told that like wolves and ravens and dogs and things like that are easier for humans to skin change than more obscure animals. the more similar or more domesticated, the more comfortable with humans an animal may be, the easier it is. So the cat is probably not too hard, but it's not something that Arya's grown up with. So that's pretty cool. And the fact that she can skin change Nymeria in her dreams from across the narrow sea also tells me that Arya's powers are pretty strong. So, yes, I think Arya is no one to trifle with. And by the time she gets back and reconnects with Nymeria, she will be a terrifying recreation of the warg kings and green seer kings of old. Except for she'll be a warg queen, essentially. And I believe I've called Arya that before. All right. So next up is Wight Jon. And also Jon will be the new Coldhands. I'm not sure why that wasn't up either. Wight Jon is pretty simple. Jon's dead. He's going to be resurrected. Melisandre's very likely to be involved. If Melisandre's involved, that means it's going to be fire magic. That's going to make Jon a Firewight. George Martin has talked about Beric, who is a Firewight, as a foreshadowing for Jon. George called Beric a Firewight. So that all seems really straightforward. And this picture here is The Wolf, the Witch, and the Warg by Via Estelar. So take a look at that, and I'm going to go get to my tantruming bird. And it's Cleo. Hey, everyone. It's Cleo. Say hi, girl. Say hi. Yes. Okay. Hello, friends. And we're back. The Wolf, the Witch, and the Warg. Lovely piece of artwork. I'll be using this on an upcoming video called Firewight's Watch, which I will talk about a little bit later in the stream. But yes, this is the baseline conclusion, is that Jon will be a Firewight of some kind. And of course, he has a dream of defending the wall. He's armored in black ice, and his blade burns red in his fist. Now, armored in black ice could mean a lot of things. His father's sword is called Ice, and it's black, but it's made of Valyrian steel. So perhaps a black ice armor is Valyrian steel armor, such as Euron has. Valyrian steel armor seems like it would be useful against the others, no doubt. And Euron's not going to be using it to fight the others, so perhaps Jon will get his hands on it. Does anyone know if they're the same height? Can Valyrian steel be taken in a bit? Probably not, but it is scale armor, so perhaps it's flexible. In any case, with a blade burning red in his fist, that tells you he can't be that black ice armor. It could refer to like having frozen skin, like being an ice wight. Maybe he's going to end up like Coldhands, right? An ice wight that has his own personality. Now, I suspect that Coldhands was made because he would have been ice whited first, probably by the others, but then somehow freed from that enchantment, and his spirit having somehow regained control over his body. That seems to be what's gone on. Not unlike Benjen from the show, to be honest. So perhaps if that happens to Jon, his cold body will be like black ice armor. But perhaps somehow he'll have R'hllor's fire inside, and he'll be ice and fire together. Breastplate stretcher joke. Thank you, Atlantis Morissette. I walked right up to that one and left it on the table for you, apparently. So the black ice armor could be a cold white skin, but if he's got a burning sword, it can't be a normal Ice Wight because we know even the slightest bit of fire sets the Ice Wight on fire, right? Sam is able to burn an Ice Wight with simply an ember, just like a coal from a dead fire that just has a little bit of orange in it. He shoves it into the mouth of the Ice Wight, and the whole thing instantly bursts into flames. So the Ice Wights are extremely flammable. So it could be that Jon will be some weird, unprecedented ice and fire kind of wight. Could be that the black ice armor is Valyrian steel. But bottom line, it seems very likely that Melisandre will be raising Jon from the dead, which will make him a fire wight of some sort. And the other part of this, let me put this picture down. So here's a picture of, on the right is Urtak Altanaz. So this could be a picture of fire wight Jon, burning with R'hllor's fire, laying waste to wights left and right. He could be just giving them a bear hug or a kiss and burning them. And then on the left is Now His Watch is Ended by Ilaus, and shows an undead Jon with a comet and a moon above him. So sort of tying back to the idea that Jon's resurrection will be a fulfillment of the Azor Ahai reborn prophecy. I expect him to be reborn under the bleeding star, and this artwork is sort of tapping into that mojo here, so I love that. And of course, Jon will be the new Coldhands is basically an end game prediction. If you look at what happened on the show, I think things will be many things will be different from the show, but Jon does end exiled in the north, kind of just chilling with the wildlings. I think that is a way too happy version of what Jon's actual ending will be. I think Jon's actual ending will simply be that he'll end up the new Coldhands. Like whatever kind of wight Jon will be, he'll end up not being able to go back to the lands of the living because he's too undead. So this is a darker version of Frodo not being able to live, in the lands of men, essentially, because he's got that wound from the Morgul blade. And so he's taken to the Blessed Isles of the Elves, where it can be healed of such things. So it's similar, Jon, we see Coldhands ranging the north. He's undead. We don't know how many years or centuries he's been ranging up there. And it could be that this will be the bittersweet ending for Jon. He saves the day, but he's going to be kind of exiled from everyone. It's very similar to how Jon's been living his whole life. His wolf was born apart. He's been apart from everyone the whole time. So he may end that way. That's kind of my little prediction. And this is Coldhands by Ishmael Eugene Hoover. And here's sort of a matching piece of Jon artwork by Enrique Corominas, probably. There you go. Lonely Jon. The wind, a wolf, and a raven for company. Perhaps. So that's tier 1. I'm going to do this one differently. Oh, I already showed them all. Shoot. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to reel them out as I go to make it more dramatic. Glenn Thrasher with a PayPal of appreciation. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate that, buddy. All right, so Darkstar Will Steal Dawn. I've made a video that's exactly called Darkstar Will Steal Dawn. Laid out the case pretty straightforwardly. I do believe this will happen. And here, the logic goes like this. And first, as I talk, let's go ahead and put up the Darkstar artwork. On the right is Bella Bergholtz's profile of Darkstar. And on the left is Sword of the Morning. Oh gosh, I don't know who the artist is. This is from the World of Ice and Fire. I can look up the artist very quickly. Sword of the Morning. I can type. Yeah, it's by Daniel Cabrera Pena. Sword of the Morning by Daniel Cabrera Pena. There we go. So the idea is that Darkstar, as we discussed in Iceberg 1, one of the most obvious theories that you might come up with is that Dawn is Lightbringer. It's a very unique sword. All the naming and the symbolism has to do with the sun rising, bringing the light, Lightbringer. The dawn, the sword of the morning. It's the sword that brought the morning if it ended the long night. It's pretty obvious stuff, right? It glows, it's bright. Then you get into the Venus mythology and you see that the vows of the Night's Watch basically mirror all the sword of the morning symbolism. They are the sword in the darkness, the light that brings the dawn. It's basically the Night's Watch oath. They're describing themselves as if they are dawn. Okay. And I've also pointed out the Night's Watch wears black, and black is called mourning clothes. So the Night's Watch is dressed for a funeral all the time. They're wearing, mourning clothes, and they're the swords in the darkness. So they're the swords of mourning, if you will. And of course, there's also Mournblade, which is a twin blade to Stormbringer from Elric of Melniboné, and that's a big influence on Lightbringer and Azor Ahai. And so, if Dawn is Lightbringer, if it's the original Lightbringer, it stands to reason that we might need it again for the new fight against the others. That's not for sure. Perhaps new swords can become Lightbringer this time around, and Dawn is just a relic, a museum piece, if you will. Something sitting around from the past that shows that, a new form of it will come again. However, if Dawn is to be wielded, it's got to come out to play. And George has said that it is in Starfall, waiting for a new sword of the morning to rise. Those were his words exactly. So it sounds like George wants to bring it out. When he's asked what sword he'd want in a sword fight, he says Dawn. That's the best one. If you have Dawn, you're probably going to win, even if you're not as good a swordsman. It's that much of an advantage, right? Good question, Mystery Knight. I'll grab that in just a second. So if Dawn's to come out to play, we need to get it out of Starfall. And so in book 3, we meet this guy, Edric Dane. He's named after Eddard Stark. Arya encounters him in the Brotherhood Without Banners. He's squiring for Beric, Don't Call Me Azor Ahai Reborn Dondarrion, who, as we know, wields a flaming sword himself and is running on R'hllor power, powered by R'hllor TM. So an Azor Ahai figure whose squire, which is kind of like a symbolic son, is a Dane, Edric Dane. And it seemed like there used to be something called the 5-year gap. That's what this is about. It used to be that George was planning on having a 5-year time jump between book 3 and book 4. And so book 4 would have given us an 18-year-old Edric Dane, who probably would have been the new Sword of the Morning. He would have been somebody that could have been named the Sword of the Morning, given Dawn, and he could have brought it into battle. And I do think ultimately, spoiler alert, if Dawn is to be wielded by anyone, it's going to be Jon Snow. And I've got that further on down the list. Minty, did you grab no super chat that I missed? Cool. So where was I? So basically, with the 5-year gap, Edric Dane seems like he would have been the guy to bring Dawn out of Starfall, get it into the action. Perhaps he's destined to die, and so that Jon Snow can pick it up and wield it or something. Perhaps Jon's well, I'll talk about Jon later. But the point is, if it's to get out of Starfall, Edric seemed like the guy. Could have been named Sword of the Morning. But then the 5-year gap was scrapped. And so how are you going to have a 13-year-old be named Sword of the Morning? It wouldn't really make sense. And so we meet Gerald Darkstar Dane, a new Dane character that was created just for book 4. And he's opposite in nature to Edric Dane. He's dastardly. He's from a branch house of the family. He has a grudge. He may have chopped Myrcella in the face to start a political war, although we don't know for sure. Obviously, that's another question, which we addressed on a live stream called Did Darkstar Do It, by the way. But the point is, if Edric Dane was designed to get Dawn out of Starfall and then couldn't do it because of the 5-year gap, well, Darkstar works just as well. But he won't be named Sword of the Morning. So for Darkstar to get Dawn out of Starfall, he's probably going to steal it. And if you think about the name, it's sort of right there, right? His name is Darkstar. So the sun is a star, and the long night is when the sun doesn't shine. So it's when the sun turns dark, when the sun turns into a dark star. So when the sun turns into a dark star, what happens? Dawn doesn't come, right? It's been stolen. So somebody who causes the long night is stealing Dawn. And Darkstar's name is Darkstar. It's as plain as I can make it. So he's going to steal Dawn. And then, next theory leads right into this one, which I love. Really love this one. FAegon's fake Kingsguard. So here's a little more Darkstar artwork. That's him. So, actually, we'll start with this. On the right is Aegon VI, the Blackfire, by Ellenfen, who's very smart and knows that Aegon is FAegon. Not really Aegon Rhaegar's son, but rather Aegon Blackfire. Probably son of Illyrio and Sarah, most likely. Anybody with... Oh, sorry, I was muted there. Adrian is asking what the significance is of the squisher in the chat illustration. Oh, in the chart illustration. Sorry. Well, I will explain both. The squisher icons in the chat are for our YouTube channel members who have signed up to support the channel every month, and they get a little squisher icon which changes as their membership ages, and they get access to special emojis which I have created. 1 second, guys. I forgot to go back for the other one too. Let's see. Mystery Night. Yeah, so we're still talking about Dawn. So put a pause on FAegon's Kingsguard. I'll explain that in a second. Tinfoil idea. Is there any evidence or symbolism that Dawn originally belonged to the Great Other or White Walker? So I just said whoever caused the long night would have been stealing Dawn, right? Well, I've said many times that Azor Ahai caused the long night. And I've also said that Azor Ahai seems to have turned into Night's King. There could be a brother, father-son thing going on there, but the most straightforward reading is that Azor Ahai, who caused the long night, then took power in the long night and became Night's King, father of the others. So that kind of puts Lightbringer in the hands of Night's King, doesn't it? So it very well could be that Azor Ahai had Dawn, became Night's King, and the last hero had to steal that bad boy back from him, and that taking Dawn back from Night's King is part of the deal. Because look at the Tower of Joy echo. Ned is like the last hero. He's got his gray wraith, symbolic Night's Watchman with him. He defeats the Kingsguard, who are symbolic others, and what does he do? He takes Dawn from one of them and brings it back to Starfall. So it could be that the last hero defeated Night's King, took the sword Dawn from him, and that is why it is known as the Dragonsteel Sword of the Last Hero. So yes, that is a little bit of a wrinkle to that theory, Mystery Night, but that is very plausible. And you could even get into the idea, well, when the sun rises, that's also called the break of dawn, where you say that dawn is breaking. So it could be that the last hero's broken sword has something to do with that idea of dawn breaking as well. Perhaps dawn was broken and reforged even. That would be a very magical thing if so. And then let's see. No had a super chat earlier, which was about Drogo and the resurrection spell that Meereen Mazdor did on him, and if that could be sort of a misused or broken skin changer spell. Yes, I do. That's an old theory from Westeros.org, which I've talked about a few times. It's basically, if you look at it as a foreshadowing for what's to be done with Ghost and Jon, you can see it pretty easily. You've got, instead of comatose Drogo, think of dead Jon, and then think of cutting Ghost's throat and saying, "Spirit of the wolf, go into the rider," so then it would be like calling the spirit from the wolf back to the person. So yeah. So essentially Drogo became the horse before he got executed. That's not really the point. The point is to foreshadow a skin changer resurrection, I believe. But if you check out Origins of the Dothraki, Great Empire of the Dawn, Origins of the Dothraki, I believe I broke down that theory, which is that the Dothraki used to be horse skin changers, and that that's why that spell is floating around on the plains there. We should have gotten Drogo with a Wilbur or something like that, but I guess we didn't. That would have broken the mood, right? So back to FAegon's fake Kingsguard. FAegon is going to be looking for legitimacy, and if you look on the left, you will see some art. It's actually from Legends of the Cryptids, which is a video game, and this artwork is by Mingzu Yang, and it's been modified by somebody to look like Rhaegar and Arthur Dayne. Originally, I think one of these guys was an elf, but they're now Rhaegar and Arthur Dayne. Looks pretty good. Kind of shows the bromance here, so it's very effective. Got the comet, got the dragon. Well done, whoever did this edit. And so my name is FAegon is going to be looking to imitate Rhaegar wherever he can. He's trying to be Rhaegar's son. It's very likely that Illyrio has sent him Blackfire, which is a big symbol of legitimacy. This picture shows him with Aegon's crown too. I don't know if that'll turn up. I think that one was disappeared in Dorne, so I've got no idea about that. But of course, symbols of legitimacy is what he's going to be going for. And you heard Griff, John Connington, talking about how FAegon's Kingsguard slots should be used, given out to the great lords to win alliances. And so Rhaegar, of course, very famously had Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, in his Kingsguard. So if Gerald Dayne manages to steal Dawn and kill the people there, that know of the theft, then he can show up in King's Landing and essentially just claim to be the new Sword of the Morning. And it would be irresistible for FAegon to bring that into the Kingsguard. I mean, just irresistible. He's fake. And then the symmetry is great. He's fake Rhaegar's son, and he's got a sort of cheap knockoff imitation Sword of the Morning. Oh, nice. Come sit next to me. Pour yourself some Drogo tea. Ah, nice. My name is FAegon. I see we got a Weezer fan. I do have lyrics to My Name is FAegon, so don't make me get those out. Women of Ice and Fire, you haven't missed too much, but I will give you a glimpse of the chart so you can see where we are here. We're only on the second row, not too far in. Not too far in. So Grey Waste Tim pipes up here. And not only might we see FAegon, he speculates that Edric Storm could be included as a representation of House Baratheon. They could legitimize him. or he might be legitimized anyway by that point. And then Orain Waters, who's become a pirate lord, but could become, captain of the Navy, perhaps, or even a Kingsguard member. And then let's see. So he's saying between those three, the Golden Company with their Strongs and Muds, Arianne being an Elia parallel, I think that FAegon is going to have a whole crew of knockoffs. So that kind of fits with the idea. I like that. Particularly Edric Storm. So there it is. Let's see here. Okay, friends, let's see here. Where is Edric Storm? Yeah, he's not been seen in a minute. We don't know. It could just sort of turn up. And there's also the theory that Tyrek Lannister has been stolen away by Varys and from the riot. He disappeared in the riot, and there are some clues that Varys secreted him away. And so he could be produced as a legitimate heir to House Lannister, whose lineage is in dispute, right? Jaime's a disgraced Kingsguard for, the enemy's side from FAegon's point of view. And Tyrion, well, he hasn't been seen in a long time. He's presumed dead, or he'll turn up with Dany. So, oh, Harrison Grand Williams, you're the man coming through today. Are you saying that the party with young Aegon are just engaged in a massive grift? A massive young grift? That's an old grift. Love it. Love it. All right. So there we go. That's FAegon's fake Kingsguard theory. That one is mine. I will take credit for that. So here is Darkstar by First Angel. And he's in some silvery armor, so you can almost imagine it being white armor. Darkstar is a beautiful man, most beautiful man Arianne's ever seen. He looks like a dragon lord. He's got the silver hair. If he's got Dawn and shows up in King's Landing, he's going to be welcome with open arms. I just think it's so easy to see that. So, another FAegon theory next. My name is FAegon. I'm going to get eaten by a Drogon. Yes, FAegon, eaten by a dragon. Sorry, I don't know how to change names wherever you are. Sorry, buddy. Grey Waste Tim says the last we hear of Edric, he's in Lys. Half the Volantene fleet carrying the Golden Company is scattered by a storm in Lys. So there you go. Yeah, if there's anyone who knows how to collect children, it's Varys, right? Why was Darkstar attempting to kill Myrcella? So again, I did a stream called Did Darkstar Do It? As a live stream where we kicked around a bunch of possibilities with that. If he did do it, it would have been to start a war. He was already talking about, this is how you start a war, with a sword, saying that to Arianne. So he may have just carried out that idea. He may have just done it to start shit, or he may have other agendas. He could be aligned with Doran Martell. Anything's on the table, really. So FAegon could be eaten by a dragon. And let me put FAegon's picture up again. And this would be a Rhaenyra parallel. Rhaenyra, this is Rhaenyra on the left by Doug Wheatley, Rhaenyra's death. And she, of course, was eaten by a dragon in, was it 6 bites and then the dragon left 1 piece for the stranger? Or was it eaten in 7 bites? But it's something that correlates to the faith of the 7. And Aegon actually would be Aegon the 7th. Rhaegar's son would have been Aegon the 6th. So FAegon is actually Aegon the 7th. If he becomes king, he'll claim the 6th, but he'll actually be the 7th. And he's going to get eaten by it. And it'll also be the 6th Blackfire Rebellion as well. And I've got some heavy clues about this, but give me about 30 seconds to grab something and I will come back and tell you why this is going to happen. Just had to let the Garth delivery man know that it was totally fine that he's going to be here in 2 hours and that he's running late. That's totally cool, man. Not in a hurry. And thank you all for sending in PayPals and Super Chats and keeping the jar not empty. Appreciate that. So where were we? Eaten by a dragon. Oh, yes. Let me get up my notes. I've got some notes here. In fact, you know what we're actually going to do is we're going to read a little bit. This is going to be the one passage that I'm just going to straight up read to you. And it's from A Dance with Dragons. It's Tyrion playing chess, or Syvass. I always say chess. Syvass is obviously chess in a Song of Ice and Fire. But there's the famous pick up my pieces, dwarf scene with FAegon and Tyrion. And there's a ton of foreshadowing here. So I'm just going to read it. It's about 4 pages, maybe 5 minutes or so. And, you know, this is one where I've never really addressed this theory. I've mentioned it, but I've never laid out the case for it. So we're going to spend the time to read this to you because I do think this is a cool theory. And I think there's some good foreshadowing, like I said. So here we go. This is Tyrion speaking. A true friend, our Lord Connington. He must be to remain so fiercely loyal to the... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me move this up near the camera so it looks better. Come here, girl. You want to sit on my shoulder while I read this, girl? Come here. A true friend, our Lord Connington, he must be, to remain so fiercely loyal to the grandson of the king who took his lands and titles and sent him into exile. And that would be Mad King Aerys, of course. A pity about that. Elsewise, Prince Rhaegar's friend might have been on hand when my father sacked King's Landing to save Prince Rhaegar's precious little son from getting his royal brains dashed out against the wall. The lad flushed. That was not me, I told you. That was some tanner's son from Pisswater Bend, whose mother died birthing him. His father sold him to Lord Varys for a jug of Arbor gold. He had other sons, but had never tasted Arbor gold. Varys gave the Pisswater boy to my lady mother and carried me away. Tyrion moved his elephants. And of course, in Syvass, some of the pieces are elephants, some of them are dragons, and there's a few others as well. Let's see. And when the Pisswater Prince was safely dead, the eunuch smuggled you across the narrow sea to his fat friend, the cheesemonger, who hid you on a pole boat and found an exile lord willing to call himself your father. It does make for a splendid story, and the singers will make much of your escape once you take the Iron Throne, assuming that our fair Daenerys takes you for her consort. She will. She must. Must? Tyrion made a tisking sound. That is not a word queens like to hear. You are her perfect prince, agreed, bright and bold, and comely as any maid could wish. Daenerys Targaryen is no maid, however. She is the widow of a Dothraki Khal, a mother of dragons and sacker of cities. Aegon the Conqueror with teats. She may not prove as willing as you wish. She'll be willing. Prince Aegon sounded shocked. It was plain that he had never before considered the possibility that his bride-to-be might refuse him. You don't know her. He picked up his heavy horse and put it down with a thump. The dwarf shrugged. I know that she spent her childhood in exile, impoverished, living on dreams and schemes, running from one city to the next, always fearful, never safe, friendless but for a brother who was by all accounts half mad, a brother who sold her maidenhood to the Dothraki for the promise of an army. By the way, nice that Tyrion has the story straight. Isn't just villainizing Dany here. I think that's interesting that he sort of sees through the rumors. Hey, don't nibble on my jacket. Doesn't work. I know that somewhere out upon the grass sea, dragons hatched, and so did she. I know she is proud, how not? What else was left but her pride? I know she is strong, how not? The Dothraki despise weakness. If Daenerys had been weak, she would have perished with Viserys. I know she is fierce. Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen are proof enough of that. She has crossed the grasslands and the Red Waste, survived assassins and conspiracies, and fell sorceries, grieved for a brother and a husband and a son, trod the cities of the slavers to dust beneath her dainty sandaled feet. Now, how do you suppose this queen will react when you turn up with your begging bowl in hand and say, "Good morrow to you, auntie. I'm your nephew, Aegon, returned from the dead. I've been hiding on a pole boat all my life, but now I've washed the blue dye from my hair, and I'd like a dragon, please. Oh, and did I mention my claim to the Iron Throne is stronger than your own?" Aegon's mouth twisted in fury. "I will not come to my aunt a beggar. I will come to her as a kinsman with an army. A small army." There, that's made him good and angry. The dwarf could not help but think of Joffrey. "I have a gift for angering princes. Queen Daenerys has a large one, and no thanks to you." Tyrion moved his crossbows. "Say what you want. She will be my bride. Lord Connington will see to it. I trust him as much as if he were my own blood." "Perhaps you should be the fool instead of me. Trust no one, my prince, not your chainless maester, not your false father, nor the gallant duck, nor the lovely Lemore, nor these other fine friends who grew you from a bean. Above all, trust not the cheesemonger, nor the spider, nor this little dragon queen you mean to marry. All that mistrust will sour your stomach and keep you awake by night, 'tis true, but better that than the long sleep that does not end." The dwarf pushed his black dragon across a range of mountains. "But what do I know? Your false father is a great lord, and I am just some twisted little monkey man. Still, I do things differently." That got the boy's attention. "How differently?" "If I were you, I would go west instead of east, land in Dorne and raise my banners. The 7 kingdoms will never be more ripe for conquest than they are right now. A boy king sits the Iron Throne. The north is in chaos. The Riverlands a devastation. A rebel holds Storm's End and Dragonstone." Let's see, on and on and on. I'm going to skip a little bit here. He says, basically, Westeros is ripe. Cersei is as gentle as King Maegor, as selfless as Aegon the Unworthy, as wise as Mad Ares. She never forgets a slight. She's greedy, bloody, bloody, bloody. Be certain you reach Westeros before my sister falls, and someone more competent takes her place. That's how he ends his little speech. But, Prince Aegon said, "Without Daenerys and her dragons, how could we hope to win?" "You do not need to win," Tyrion told him. "All you need to do is raise your banners, rally your supporters, and hold until Daenerys arrives to join her strength to yours." "You said she might not have me." "Perhaps I overstated. She may take pity on you when you come begging for her hand." The dwarf shrugged. "Do you want to wager your throne upon a woman's whim? Go to Westeros, though. Ah, then you're a rebel, not a beggar. Bold, reckless, a true scion of House Targaryen, walking in the footsteps of Aegon the Conqueror, a dragon. I told you, I know our little queen. Let her..." I'm sorry, that was my FAegon voice. Let me gather myself. I told you, I know our little queen. Let her hear that her brother Rhaegar's murdered son is still alive, that this brave boy has raised the dragon standard of her forebears in Westeros once more, that he is fighting a desperate war to avenge his father and reclaim the Iron Throne for House Targaryen, hard-pressed on every side, and she will fly to your side as fast as wind and water can carry her. You are the last of her line, And this mother of dragons, this breaker of chains, is above all a rescuer. The girl who drowned the slaver cities in blood rather than leave strangers to their chains can scarcely abandon her own brother's son in this hour of peril. And again, I point out that Tyrion has read Dany's true character here. I think that's very perceptive and interesting and bodes well for the Tyrion-Dany partnership. But continuing on, he says, "And when she reaches Westeros and meets you for the first time, ye will meet as equals, man and woman, not queen and supplicant. How can she but love you then, I ask you?" Smiling, he seized his dragon, flew it across the board. "I hope your grace will pardon me. Your king is trapped. Death in 4. The prince stared at the playing board. My dragon is too far away to save you. You should have moved her to the center of the battle. But you said, I lied. Trust no one and keep your dragon close." Young Griff jerked to his feet and kicked over the board. Scythe pieces flew in all directions, bouncing and rolling across the deck of the shy maid. "Pick those up," the boy commanded. "He may well be a Targaryen after all. If it please your grace." Tyrion got down on his hands and knees and began to crawl about the deck, gathering up the pieces. So what's just happened here? Let me put myself back on the screen for a moment. Couple of foreshadowings here. First of all, Tyrion is the black Scythe pieces. Okay, so he's picked up the black dragon and killed Aegon's king, which would be Aegon. Aegon himself is the king. The black dragon would be Drogon here, because they're literally talking about allying with Daenerys. And Tyrion says, "Oh, Daenerys will fly to you as fast as wind can carry you." And then a couple paragraphs later, it says he flew his dragon across the board, and then says death in 4. So he's like, oh, yes, Daenerys will fly to you with her dragons. Then he takes his black dragon, flies it to FAegon, and puts his king in check. Come here, girl. Come here. And then he's like, you screwed up with the dragons. You should keep it close to you. And so I think the dragon will be very close to FAegon, close enough to eat him. And he will be the Rhaenyra parallel. So there you go, guys. That's what's going to happen. Sorry, all you FAegon fans. He is the Mummer's dragon. You know, the Mummer, Dany says, a Mummer's dragon is a cloth dragon, you know, in a play that's there for the hero to fight. And Dany is the hero. So literally, FAegon is a dragon controlled by Mummers. You know, Tyrion and Varys and Illyrio are both Mummers. Varys in particular. And so he is the Mummer's dragon. He is the you know, the guy that's there for the hero to fight, who's Dany. And so that's it. He's gonna rule the he's gonna rule King's Landing, you know, because the Mummer's dragon is gonna be in Dany's vision, it's greeted by cheering crowds, right? So FAegon will be successful. He'll be king. He'll be well received. All of his lies will be well received. But Dany is the slayer of lies. And so one of the lies she's going to slay will be all this fake stuff relating to FAegon. Yes, he's one of the main lies that she will slay. Exactly right, Isabel. Go ahead and put the doc back up, and we'll take the lovely FAegon art down. It's been up for a minute. So that one took a little bit longer. Not all of them will take that long, but of course, like I said, I hadn't really explained that one before, so I wanted to get into it. All right, we're up to 290 people watching. Thank you, friends. Make sure to click the like button. And even if you're not getting a notification for every live stream that I'm doing, then you need to check your subscription bell and make sure you have it set to all notifications. So I will just say that. Yeah, Varys, I think Varys is on team FAegon for sure. That's that's part of the reason why he was willing to let Dany just get sold to the Dothraki, which, you know, very likely she may not have survived that. So that's kind of the explanation there. But that's a whole different thing, getting into what is Varys and Illyrio's real plan and how does all that work. No, I don't think FAegon will last long. He might be king for like a moon's turn or something. We've seen a couple times that there's been someone who's king for like a moon's turn or something like that. So I think Rhaenyra might have ruled for 6 months. So we could see that. We could see that echo for sure. And I also think that FAegon will essentially take Dragonstone before King's Landing, probably. So he'll move from Storm's End, where he is now, probably up to Dragonstone, and then follow the steps of Aegon the Conqueror and come to King's Landing from there. Dany, I think, may land somewhere else, but we're going to get to that in a minute. So another FAegon theory is the Lady Lance FAegon disaster. This is one that I stumbled my way into during the live stream, the TWOW live stream for the second Arianne chapter. And many people have picked up that Elia Sand, who is about 14 years old, and she's an expert horse rider, and she's all wild and crazy and reckless and stuff. She's a pretty obvious parallel to Lyanna. Elia Sand, Lyanna Stark. And Elia Sand is called Lady Lance. And one of the reasons why she's an obvious Lyanna parallel is because they're talking about Rhaegar and Lyanna in that chapter. And then they make the point that, you know, someone who's that jousting is like 3/4 horsemanship or 9/10 horsemanship. And that even somebody who's small or, you know, like Sir Loras or like a woman like Lyanna can still be an excellent jouster if they have good horseback riding skill and balance and things. So it's a clue about Lyanna being the Knight of the Laughing Tree. And it's also, sets up a parallel between Lady Lance and Arianne Martell. Now, FAegon is obviously the fake Rhaegar. Okay, now Rhaegar, he was betrothed to Elia Martell, but then ended up, which he did obviously not betrothed. He married Elia Martell, had 2 children, but then, of course, ran off, quote unquote, with Lyanna. And that running off with Lyanna caused a ton of political chaos and war. So Arianne Martell would appear to be the Elia Martell parallel. Elia Martell was married to Rhaegar so that Dorne could gain political power and ally with the dragons. Arianne Martell might end up being proposed in marriage alliance to FAegon for the exact same reason. That's kind of why she's going there, to suss it out, right? So that means that Arianne is the Elia parallel, and we have this Lyanna parallel character right with her, who we've already caught. We know that she's quote unquote boy crazy or whatever, right? She was caught making out with one of the old guards, Feathers, is it? I believe it is. And she's warned over and over again not to cause trouble. Then there's this horse race where they're racing horses to a castle, and Lady Lance comes out of nowhere to win and beat Arianne, who was in the lead. So we put it together, me and the people in the chat, live on that stream. This is a great example of why you should always come to the live streams, because we sometimes make new theories on the spot. Lady Lance wins the race, and so we wondered if perhaps she will win the race for FAegon. And just when Arianne has made an alliance with Dorne and Team FAegon, sealed with a marriage arrangement between her and FAegon, then Lady Lance will come out of nowhere to win the race, seduce Aegon, or maybe not seduce. It's too blamey of a word, but she'll come in, and her, FAegon and Lady Lance will have a thing that will screw up the alliance and cause chaos, just as Rhaegar did. So that's that theory. I think it's a good one. Let's see, do I have art for that? Yes. Here is Lyanna as the Knight of the Laughing Tree by Claudia Caranfa. And this is a really nice one. I'll move around a little bit. That's pretty much, yeah. There you go. And then we've also got, here is Lyanna Stark as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. And this is A Song of Ice and Fire by Procrick. So I'll let you gaze on the loveliness there for just a second. Hey guys, just getting my tea all situated here. I've got a bit of honey on my mouse. One moment. And we're back. Harrison Grant Williams says, I love that artwork of Lyanna in armor. She really could have been a Knight's Queen. But K-N-I-G-H-T. Yeah, well, she is, of course, a parallel to Knight's Queen, the Corpse Queen of Knight's King legend. All of the Ice Queen women, I'm going to say are Knight's Queen parallels. So Lyanna has the crown of blue winter roses, like a lunar halo. Flower crowns are usually associated with the moon. And blue winter roses gives you that icy moon association. And of course, Knight's Queen was as pale as the moon, eyes like blue stars, yada, yada, yada. Oh. Sorry, the stream just choked for a second. Let me check my microphone again. No, it's good still. All right. There we go. Sorry, guys. Oh, and by the way, I should mention, we did have some power outages earlier today. It was sort of flickering on and off. So if I disappear from the stream, hang tight for at least a couple minutes. It's been coming right back on, and the stream will stay active. So even if I get kicked out, I can rejoin it. I don't have to start a new stream or anything. So if I do disappear mysteriously, just, carry on, chat amongst yourselves, and I should be right back in. G'day, mate. G'day, C. Blime from down under. Okay, so yeah, I did miss a couple super chats, guys. I'm pulling up a doc with those missed super chats. Bear with me here. Continue to gaze upon the beautiful artwork of Procrick. Actually, now that I'm zoomed out, I'll put back the other Lyanna, the Claudia Caranfa. That's such a good one. The Nimble Dock, as it is named. Yes, here we go. Let's see. Let's see. Where are the ones? Oh, okay. Okay, so Annie Aurora's PayPal, I'm going to have to wait on that one. That's a Tyrion theory. I will save that for the next Q&A. And I'm going to do that, guys, with questions that aren't directly tied to the ones I'm talking about today, which is fine. It's always good to store those. Feel free to send me Q&A questions anytime. That's what I do, is I just save them for that. Let's see. The fat man is asking about Myrcella's cut being similar to Tyrion's. Well, supposedly her ear's been cut off, so it is sort of similar. Tyrion's nose is cut off. I'm not sure what that means, except for George really likes to mutilate his characters. Oh, thank you. No. Yeah, I forgot. Could throwing the board be FAegon's last move? Yes. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. I read that last night, and that occurred to me too. So after the dragon, Tyrion sending the black dragon to kill FAegon is no more than Tyrion advising Dany as she comes into war against FAegon and kills him. That's pretty direct. But then in death, FAegon flips the board, right? That to me is blowing up King's Landing. That's what that is. So we're looking for the wildfire caches to go off and for Dany to probably be blamed as the Mad Queen's daughter. That's probably what's going to happen. Even the idea of somebody going mad at the bells would be that we saw on the TV show. People have sussed out that may be a Jon Con thing in the books, because Jon Con has that history with the Battle of the Bells. So Jon Con is desperate. He's got grayscale. He's on a limited time frame to win. He is, well, like I said, just going to be more desperate as time goes on. So in defeating FAegon, I would expect the board to be flipped, in that wildfire will be set off, and there'll be a huge, that's when King's Landing will be burned and really destroyed. So expect FAegon or Jon Con to set it off, and probably Dany to be blamed, at least by some people, for it. And there we go. Cool. I believe we are caught up. Yes. Thank you, Minty, and thank you all those sending in questions. And I've left this up forever from Harrison. That's okay. Effing autocorrect. I don't even know what the context is, but I'm highlighting that comment because I hate autocorrect. All right. Moving right along. Dany will burn Volantis. So this will play into the reason why she is blamed for, whatever happens in King's Landing. So specifically, Volantis is set up to be burned because the old blood, the people that tie their blood to old Valyria, yes, we're the old blood. No one can come into the inner city. They are unclean. Only old blood, descendant of Valyria, and our slaves, who are polishing their long knives, by the way, are allowed inside the black walls of Volantis. Yes. So basically, Volantis is completely segregated by those black walls, and only the worst, basically the highborn families of Volantis, who are essentially all going to be slave lords. Volantis is a hub of the slave trade. Volantis has gone to war against Daenerys, essentially now, and they're backing the other entrants into the war against Dany because she has disrupted the slave trade. That's all explained in Dance. So Dany essentially can come and burn everyone inside the black walls, and it's like all her targets gathered together in one spot. She won't be burning any of the lowborn or common people, or good salt of the earth Volantis folks. And not only that, the slaves in Volantis, almost all of them worship R'hllor. And we know that R'hllor is pro Dany, and they've been, actually, I've got this quote pulled, as a matter of fact. Yes, I've got a few quotes here. So, yeah, across the wide blue expanse of the Rhoyne, you can see the black walls that have been raised by the Valyrians when Volantis was no more than an outpost of their empire. A great oval of fused stone, 200 feet high and so thick that 6 4-horse chariots could race around it, its top abreast, as they did each year to celebrate the founding of the city. Outlanders, foreigners, and freedmen were not allowed inside the black wall, save at the invitation of those who dwelt within, scions of the old blood, who could trace their ancestry back to Valyria itself. So, let's see here. And this is somebody explaining to Tyrion Dany's great sin. The girl's true sin cannot be denied. This arrogant child has taken it upon herself to smash the slave trade, but that traffic was never confined to Slaver's Bay. It was part of the sea of trade that spanned the world, and the Dragon Queen has clouded the water. Behind the black wall, lords of ancient blood sleep poorly, listening as their kitchen slaves sharpen their long knives. Slaves grow our food, clean our streets, teach our young. They guard our walls, row our galleys, fight our battles, and now when they look east, they see this young queen shining from afar, this breaker of chains. The old blood cannot suffer that. Poor men hate her too. Even the vilest beggar stands higher than a slave. This dragon queen would rob him of that consolation. I'm not sure about the last, but the important part is that the old blood of Volantis is completely dependent upon the slaves, and the slaves see that Dany is freeing slaves. She's a great liberator, right? And then Tyrion says, the Red Priest outside seemed to think Volantis should fight for the Silver Queen, not against her. And indeed, outside it said, the priest was pointing at the black wall behind the temple, gesturing up at its parapets, where a handful of armored guardsmen stood gazing down. What is he saying? Tyrion asked the knight. That Daenerys stands in peril. The dark eye has fallen upon her, meaning the old blood of Volantis, and the minions of night are plotting her destruction, praying to their false gods in temples of deceit, conspiring at betrayal with godless outlanders, meaning the people from Meereen, the other slave lords. So this is all set up. And then there's the widow of the waterfront, who's essentially telling Jorah and Tyrion to tell Dany to come soon. And so between the widow of the waterfront and her network and the Red Temple, basically all the slaves of Volantis are going to be pro Dany, and specifically the power brokers that control those forces are going to be pro Dany. And so it's going to be very easy for all the slaves to leave that inner city at the same time when Daenerys is on the way, leaving only the old blood to be burned inside the black walls. So this is where Dany will be she'll gain the the army of R'hllor, all those R'hllorists, the fiery hand. They will be, she'll probably scoop them up there and continue on to Westeros. This will make Dany more of a menace in the eyes of some, and it'll make it easier for people to blame the burning of King's Landing on her, even though it seems to be foreshadowed to be caused by FAegon. That's not Glidus in the chat, right? I see somebody whose handle is cooler than Glidus. Is that you, Glidus, or is that a Glidus fan? I'm a Glidus fan, a new Glidus fan. Very funny dude. Loving the roasting of the TV show on the Glidus YouTube channel. So shout out. No, okay, that's not actual Glidus, but shout out to actual Glidus, wherever he's at. All right, so that's that theory. I think it's pretty buttoned up. Speaks for itself. And the last one on this tier is that the Dosh Khaleen will help rule Meereen. There's not a ton to this theory, but the main thing about it is that it seems that Dany will continue her habit of upending Dothraki tradition when she gets to the womb of the world and does whatever's going to happen there in Vaes Dothrak. Assuming that she comes out leading the Dothraki in some sense in a unified way, which she probably will. She's got that problem of how to stabilize Meereen so that she can move on to Westeros. And the Dosh Khaleen makes sense. We've seen that the Graces are already power brokers in Meereen. So they are a society that can respect wise women, crone figures, if you will, as powerful political entities. And even though the Dothraki are nomadic, the Dosh Khaleen, of course, all live in Vaes Dothrak. So they actually have become city dwellers, the Dosh Khaleen themselves. So they know something about administrating a city. And I was thinking about this. The Dothraki in Vaes Dothrak, they have a cool way of building their houses into the ground. They build like earthen huts with like subterranean chambers, which makes sense when it's very hot on the plains. So perhaps this is a style of building that could be used in Meereen to erect houses for some of the refugees and stuff. I've wondered. Just speculating, but just kind of logical to me. And me and Quinn talked about that on our Winds of Winter stream called The Stallion Who Mounts. Actually, was that one? I may have given you the wrong link, Minty, on that one. I think that one is... oh, it is The Stallion Who Mounts. Yeah, it totally is. That's right. It is. Might have been discussed in Hand of the King as well. Those two kind of go together. They're consecutive episodes of the Winds of Winter prediction. But yeah. We're going to talk about the fulfillment of the Stallion Who Mounts prophecy a bit later, by the way. So that'll be coming up in case you're wondering. Thank you, friends. Thank you, friends. All right. So as my live stream flickers again, each time it flickers, I got to check my microphone because sometimes it boots me off of the nice mic. Nope, still good. Okay. We're ready to go down a level. And I'm going to unshare my screen so that I can do this reveal gradually. I don't want to show you. It's not my intention to show all the theories at the beginning. Well, actually, next one. Sorry, one second. Still getting the hang of the new Photoshop presentation style here, but it is giving me, as you can see, the power to do a lot more art a lot faster. So the waterline of all LmL theories is, of course, Moon Meteors theory. That is the waterline. So everything we've covered before this, kind of more basic than that. Now, Moon Meteors theory, in the sense of plot predictions, of course, is that Moon Meteors will return and cause the new long night. And we're looking at Black Sun Rising by Eric Shoemaker, who's either a mythical astronomy fan or somebody who just accidentally drew an exploding moon with the sun sort of behind it. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Came in handy during the Nightbringer series, which you should all watch. Nightbringer parts 1 through 5. That is the updated Moon Meteor Long Night theory. It's also got Dawn and Lightbringer House Dane stuff in there and all kinds of good shit. So if you're watching this channel and you haven't watched the Nightbringer series, well, let's put it this way. If you're new to the channel and you're finding us through these Iceberg videos, one of the first videos you want to run off and watch if you like the channel would be the Nightbringer series 1 through 5. That will give you a grounding in Moon Meteor theory, which is sort of my first big theory. It's where all the jokes come from. A lot of them anyway. And Lord knows you want to be in on the jokes around here. So the Moon Meteor theory for predictions is that if Moon Meteors... oh, gosh, I've been talking this whole time and not sharing the thing. Sorry, guys. This is Black Sun Rising by Eric Shoemaker. Y'all are like, what is he talking about? Okay. Here is the picture of the moon exploding with the sun in the background that I said somebody made, either because they're a secret mythical astronomy fan or because they just... exploding moons are fun to draw. But this is my theory in a nutshell. The myth about, one day there was a second moon in the sky and it wandered too close to the sun and it cracked from the heat and 1,000 dragons poured forth. The dragons drank the fire of the sun, and that is why dragons breathe flame. And so this is a picture of that myth. This is a moon in eclipse position from a certain point of view. It's cracked open for some reason, which is unknown. And the meteors are exploding out like fiery dragons or like flaming swords. So there you go. Great stuff. Thank you, Eric Shoemaker. Now, if the whole thing about this theory is that George has hidden this mystery of what caused the long night through symbolism and metaphor, and it's hidden in most of the old myths. It's hidden in many of the major scenes. It's just over and over again. You could basically grab any chapter of any book in A Song of Ice and Fire, and I can show you one version of the moon explosion metaphor. It's basically in every one. It's a template. That's how you should think about it. It's a template, and a lot of the action and the stories are echoes and versions of that sequence of Azor Ahai, Lightbringer, and Nissa Nissa, which in the sky, of course, is the sun, the moon, and the comet, which hits the moon. So the important thing that I want to say today, and again, this prediction is covered in the Nightbringer series, is that if George went to all this trouble to hide this riddle of what caused the long night, it was meteors. Well, the whole point would be to foreshadow what is going to happen with the new long night. And if you come up with a mechanism to cause long nights in your book, you're hardly going to invent a completely different one to cause a new long night. So we should see a new moon meteor apocalypse event. And right in the Carthian myth, it says, one day the other moon will kiss the sun too, and it will crack, and the dragons will return. So we've got this prophecy that the moon we have left is going to also shed some moon dragons, and that would cause a new long night. So expect that to happen by the ends of Winds of Winter. The red comet should return probably near the beginning of the book, I'd expect, or the middle of the book. And by the end of it, we will see bleeding stars falling from the sky. Expect the descriptions to be stylized and mythical, but there'll be no doubt about what's happening. As to what will cause the comet to hit the moon, well, that's for later. I think I need to pick up the pace too. Let's see if we can do this one a touch faster. So group 3, first up is Jojen Paste. Oh, yes. Jojen Paste, lovely theory. Be a shame if someone ate it in a bowl. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, let me zoom out a bit. Nope, zoom out. Zoom out. Out. There we go. So here is, this is the art of the child of the forest holding the Weirwood Paste bowl is Snowy Locks by Sick Delusion. And I photoshopped Jojen's head into the bowl because, well, that's kind of the thing. So to make my point, I will read you a brief excerpt from the video script of Unfortunate Foreshadowing for Jojen Paste. Weirwood Paste is people. Come here, girl. Come here. I love you, girl. Yeah. So the idea is that the paste of weirwood seeds that Bran Stark has fed that looks like blood and maybe flesh is in fact blood and flesh, and maybe brains for that matter. Sit down. The brains might be the part you'd want to eat. So that's the basic idea, but that's not my theory. Jojen Paste is that's an old theory. But what I found was a bunch of wordplay foreshadowing. So, for example, when Jojen and Meera are in the Winterfell Godswood and they're first meeting the wolves, Meera says, Bran, call them off. Bran says, I can't. And then Meera says, Jojen, up the tree. And he says, there's no need. Today is not the day I die. Do it, she screamed. And her brother scrambled up the trunk of the weirwood, using the face for his handholds. The dire wolves closed. So here's the thing. Jojen scrambled up the weirwood tree. Well, weirwood paste might be scrambled up Jojen. And the weirwood paste is served in a weirwood bowl with faces, as you can see on the picture. And the faces are where you put your hands. So he scrambles up the tree using the faces for handholds. But the weirwood face bowl holds Jojen's hands and face. So, and there's also like Bran's wolf wants to eat Jojen here. Like that's the surface level thing of what's going on is the wolf might want to eat Jojen, and Bran is his wolf. So there you go. The wolf wants to eat Jojen, and then Jojen scrambles up the weirwood tree as if acting out the idea of going into a weirwood paste for Bran to eat. And Jojen Paste is found in a weirwood bowl, but we've already seen that Jojens come in wooden bowls. That's right. It says the three-eyed crow, thought Bran, the green seer. It's not so far, he said. A little climb and we'll be safe. Maybe we can have a fire. All of them were cold and wet and hungry, except the ranger, and Jojen Reed was too weak to walk unaided. You go. Mira Reed bent down beside her brother. He was settled in the bole of an oak, eyes closed, shivering violently. What little of his face could be seen beneath his hood and scarf was as colorless as the surrounding snow, but breath still puffed faintly from his nostrils whenever he exhaled. Mira had been carrying him all day. Food and fire will set him right again, Bran tried to tell himself, though he wasn't sure it would. So, shivering, he settled into the bole of an oak. Settled, like a glob of gently quivering gelatinous paste, settling into a weirwood bowl. So first he scrambled up a tree, now he's settling into a wooden bowl. And, I'm sure the food will set Jojen right again. Or maybe not, if Jojen is the food that gets set on table. Like food on a table. So... And then we see that his colorless snow white face is the only thing poking out from his hood. So his face really would kind of look like the white paste in the round bowl, which, by the way, tastes like snow when Bran eats it. And the weirwood itself is described with the words, its bowl and branches white as the surrounding snows. So a snow white weirwooden bowl, a snow white Jojen face settling into the bowl of a tree. Yum. Right? Yum. So there's more in the video, of course, but those are two of my favorite Jojen Paste. And yes, I'm going to leave that picture up the whole time. I said all these disgusting things. Thank you for subscribing, liking the video, leaving your comments. All right. Jojen Paste. I guess I'm not moving faster, but I love Jojen Paste. What can I say? Marwin will bring Dany a glass candle. This one I can do very quickly. So this theory started as logic. It's very simple. As we see this picture of the Citadel. Oh gosh, who does this one? I forgot to pull it up. This is At the Gates by Juan C. Barquette. Boom. So the quote, the operative quote here, Pate knew about the glass candles, though he had never seen one burn. They were the worst kept secret of the Citadel. It was said that they had been brought from Oldtown, or to Oldtown from Valyria 1,000 years before the Doom. He had heard there were 4. 1 was green and 3 were black, and all were tall and twisted. So Glass Candle Cirrus explained this pretty well. It's a nice compact video, so I don't want to belabor the point. You definitely want to check that video out. But we see that Marwin the Mage has one of these candles burning in his chambers, and it's very clear that he's been using it to observe everything that's going on north of the wall. He's been watching Sam, knows when Sam's going to arrive. He's learned how to use it pretty well. And we know that Marwin is concerned with the threat of the others, and he thinks that Dany's dragons are important for the last battle. He's going to Dany to be her advisor. So it's just kind of a logical thing. Like, put yourself in Marwin's shoes. You're concerned with the fate of the world. You're one of the few people that has their eyes on both the others and the dragons. You know how to use these glass candles. They're incredibly powerful. And you're now leaving your home to go all the way to Slaver's Bay to help advise Daenerys to get ready for the last battle. So is there any fucking chance in the world that Marwin wouldn't bring one of the candles with him when he goes to see Daenerys? To me, there's no chance. It's way too powerful of a weapon. And we know that the Citadel doesn't really value magic very well. These things are probably locked up in a case somewhere. And Marwin is the Archmaester of magic, of the higher mysteries, which is magic. That's why he has the Valyrian mask, rod, and ring of the Archmaester of the higher mysteries. So he probably, if there's a glass case with the glass candles in them, it's in Marwin. He's got the key. You know what I'm saying? So super easy for Marwin to bring another candle with him and leave the one they see in the chambers. I made jokes about the glass candle SKB carry case, but he's on his way to Slaver's Bay. He's going to bring a candle, and I would suspect that Dany's going to use it because Dany is coming into her sort of heritage as a Valyrian sorcerer. And I've got some ideas about what she's going to do with the glass candle, but that comes later in the stream. So check out Glass Candle Cirrus. Okay, Dany and Drogon are the stallion who mounts the world. So the Horse Lords have only one permanent settlement, the city they call Vaes Dothrak, which stands beneath the shadow of the lonely peak they call the Mother of Mountains. And let me yeah, okay, I have some art, but let me wait to show it. Beside a bottomless lake they named the Womb of the World. It is here the Dothraki believe their race was born. No true city, Vaes Dothrak was neither walls nor streets. It has neither. Its grassy thoroughfares are lined with stolen gods, its palaces made of woven grass. This hollow shell of a city is ruled by women, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, all widows of dead Khals. The Dothraki esteem Vaes Dothrak as the holiest of cities. No blood may be shed there, for the riders believe this to be a place of peace and power, where one day all the Khalasars shall gather together once more beneath the banners of the great Khal, who will conquer all, the stallion who mounts the world. Now, there's a bunch of Stallion Who Mounts the World stuff in the books proper, but I chose that quote from the Winds of Winter. From the World of Ice and Fire, because it shows us that the Stallion Who Mounts the World prophecy isn't just something that the Dothraki wise woman pulled out of her butt for Dany and Rhaego. This is an existing Dothraki prophecy, which she essentially tried to apply to Dany's child. So you get the feeling this probably happens a lot. If there's a great Khal who has a child, it's probably a disappointment if the wise women don't come out and say that surely this is the stallion who mounts the world. But the point is, the stallion is supposed to unify the Dothraki nation. That is the defining thing about it. It's pretty easy to see that Daenerys is the person who will unite the Dothraki. So instead of her son being the stallion who mounts the world, it will instead be her. That's easy to see that that's coming. And the way that she's going to do that is by riding Drogon. Drogon, the dragons are compared to horses many times. When Dany rides Drogon, she compares it to riding a horse. And then when she faces off at the end of Dance with Khal, is it Jaco or Mengo? I always forget. Then one of the new powerful Khals who used to be a blood rider who hates Dany. He's one of the ones that raped Aroa. It's Dany and Drogon sitting there facing off against the Khalasar. So it's very obviously that Drogon is Dany's horse. It's a very big fire-breathing horse. And so what I think is going to happen is that not only will Dany and Drogon take control of the Dothraki, but they'll do it on top of the Mother of Mountains, because the even though it's the Dosh Khaleen that live at Vaes Dothrak, only the men can ascend the Mother of Mountains. It's kind of a fertility thing. Drogo goes up there one night. So if Dany goes up to the Mother of Mountains mountain, she will be breaking tradition essentially and laying claim to herself as like a king, a true Khal, not a Khaleesi, not the wife of a Khal, but like a Khaleesi as in the true leader. And so she's done that already. She's upended Dothraki tradition from the start by claiming the victims of war, the women prisoners of war, protecting them from rape. That was counter to it is Mengo. So that is counter to Dothraki tradition. So I think that'll continue. And of course, Dany lives atop the Pyramid of Meereen. And that is a similar place. That is the top of a holy mountain. She wonders, she's like, oh, this is what it feels like to be a god when I'm up here. That's the symbolism of the top of any pyramid or mountain anyway. And so let me put my art up at this point. So on the right is Dracarys by Dibujante Nocturno, and on the left is Siege of Meereen by Spark Out 1911. So on the right is kind of an approximation of what you might see. Daenerys on some sort of rocky outcropping, a little bit up the Mother of Mountains, speaking to the Dothraki nation with huge Drogon beside her. And so, obviously, the way she will ascend the mountain will be on Drogon's back. So you'll see Dany and Drogon together as the sort of stallion who mounts the Mother of Mountains and who mounts the world by unifying the Dothraki nation. And I'll also point out that in Meereen, Drogon he sat himself up atop the Harpy. I forget it was like after the Harpy got torn down, he perched in its place, or if he perched on top of the Harpy. I forget which, but it's one of those two. And I believe that is foreshadowing for Drogon ascending the Mother of Mountains and sort of replacing the old tradition, just as he replaced the Harpy, and just as Dany replaces all the Harpy shit with dragon shit. You'll see the same thing with Drogon and Dany. So love this theory. It's kind of my own version of an older theory. So yeah, great art too. Love both of these. So Dany will give Dawn to Jon. Dawn the sword, not some guy named Don. Don Rodriguez from the Bronx. Shout out to Wu-Tang fans. Okay, I got a PayPal. Look at this. Sarah. Do you think it's possible that Jon Con will set off the wildfire in King's Landing, either intentionally or in an attempt? Sorry. Sorry, I got a weird notification on my computer. Broke my train of thought. Do you think it's possible that Jon Con will set off wildfire in King's Landing either intentionally or in an attempt to be more Tywin-like in a Battle of the Bells repeat situation? Yes. We talked about this maybe an hour back in the stream. So just on the rewatch, I'm sure you'll catch that. But yes, absolutely. That's exactly what I think is going to happen. And it's going to be, I read the foreshadowing from the Tyrion chess scene, or the Syvas scene, actually. So thanks for tuning in. Kind of looks like it says Marwin will bring Dany a glass candle and Jojen Paste. Well, that's unlikely to happen, however. So Dany will give Jon to Dawn, or Dawn to Jon. Hard to say. Easy to see happening, though. So this is a screen cap from my video, Dawnbringers, I believe it is, or I don't know which video it is. One of my it's Great Empire of the Dawn Westeros. That's what it is. So you can see here on the screen, the shields in the middle are the lineages that Jon and Dany share. They both have Dane blood, they both have Blackwood blood, and they both have Targaryen blood. That's because Egg married Black Betha Blackwood, and his mother was Diana Dane. So after Dane blood and then Blackwood blood were injected into the royal line of House Targaryen, they then had incest for 3 generations to produce Rhaegar and Dany, and then by way of Lyanna, Jon. So Dany is as much as half Blackwood, if you want to say that. She has as much Blackwood blood as Bloodraven, which is where you get tinfoil theories about Dany having latent Greenseer ability. Maybe that affected the dragon hatching. Maybe Dany will have a way to interface with the Weirwoods and Echo Nissa Nissa, etc., etc. But the other point is that Jon and Dany both have Dane blood. And so, if Dawn is stolen by Darkstar, as I've said, and the true, the heir of House Dane, Edric Dane, well, he might die. Spoiler alert. And so you could see someone with less Dane blood, like Jon Snow or Dany, have a sort of claim to Dawn. But even more than that, if Darkstar has Dawn and he's in FAegon's Kingsguard, what's going to happen when Dany takes King's Landing and defeats FAegon? She may very well come into possession of Dawn, because you expect to see Darkstar somewhere making a stand with it and getting cut down, and then, you know, it could fall into Dany's hands. And Jon is the one who's meant to wield it. This is the thing. It's got to get into Jon's hands somehow. There's a lot of foreshadowing for that, which I have to read to you. And so the path that makes the most sense to me is Darkstar stealing it, falling in battle when Dany takes King's Landing. Dany's got this sword, and it makes sense. So this sets up a trade, okay? If Jorah Mormont is back on Team Dany, well, the old his father, the old bear, Jorah Mormont, his last wish was that Jorah would take the black. So you could see Jorah ending up with the Night's Watch and fighting with Jon. So makes sense. You could see something like in the show where Jon offers Longclaw, the sword of House Mormont, back to Ser Jorah to use in the fight against the others. And this opens up room for Dany to give Dawn to Jon. So, because Longclaw really isn't his sword, and he thinks about that a lot. He thinks that it's not his. And this would be a good way to have a Jorah redemption. He takes back the family sword. He honors his father's wish. He does something honorable and fights in the Night's Watch against the others. So that's what I would like to see. The other possibility is that Dawn has a more magical purpose. Maybe it's a milk glass candle. Maybe Dany will use its sorceress function. But Dawn is a great sword. It's huge. So it's even going to be big in Jon's hands. So if Dany were to wield a sword, it wouldn't be Dawn. It's just friggin'. It's like 6 feet long. It's taller than her, probably. So yeah, see, Dany promised Jorah like a legendary sword. It's not specifically Valyrian steel, she says it, but she promises him some sort of great sword. And so it would make sense if Longclaw is given back to Jorah as Dany gives Dawn to Jon. So as far as foreshadowing that Jon will wield Dawn, it has to do with the idea that Dawn is the original ice, which is, of course, a video on my channel. And let me pull up an excerpt from that script. How you doing there, Cleo? Oh, you're doing good. 30 seconds, guys. 1 second. I just need to grab something. Guys, I'm going to put some cool glasses on. I've done this whole stream with no cool guy glasses. And yeah, there we go. Hey there, guys. I'm cool. I'm borrowing my Rhaegar shades. Oh, yeah. All right, back to the show. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, man, these things are... Need a cool guy glasses wipe down here. Oh, cool guy fingerprints on there. Or maybe just fingerprints. All right. So the foreshadowing for Jon wielding Dawn has to do with the idea that Dawn was the original sword of the last hero. And we covered this on the first Iceberg stream as well, that the first last hero would have been a Stark. And if he was wielding Dawn, which is a big white sword, it's likely that the naming tradition of the Starks, naming their swords of their house Ice, which is a naming tradition going back to the Age of Heroes, was started when a Stark last hero wielded Dawn, a big white sword that looks like a stick of ice. So we will see the idea of the Stark sword being associated with morning light in a bunch of ways. So one time, actually the first time we ever see King Robb Stark enthroned as a new king in the North, which is just the newer title of King of Winter, it's in Riverrun, and he's sitting just like one of the kings in the crypts, with in a throne with a direwolf at his side. So he's a King of Winter statue come to life, and it says her son's voice was not as icy as his father's would have been, but he did not sound a boy of 15 either. War had made a man of him before his time. Morning light glimmered faintly against the edge of the steel across his knees. And then right after that, Robb makes demands of Cleos Frey he's a Lannister emissary, and he's demanding the return of Ice, his father's sword. So he's got a sword on his lap, just like the Kings of Winter statue, but it glimmers with morning light. So this is a clue that the archetype of King of Winter should have a sword that glimmers with morning light. And that would be the Stark last hero who wielded Dawn. This is the theory. So now Ice, of course, isn't returned to Robb. It's melted down and reforged into Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper. And when Joffrey is given Oathkeeper, it says, the ballroom fell silent as Joffrey unsheathed the blade and thrust the sword above his head. Red and black ripples in the steel shimmered in the morning light. So here is Ice itself, reforged as a red sword, meaning it now resembles Lightbringer, but it's running with morning light. So it's being tied to Lightbringer and the Sword of the Morning. That's interesting. Then we come to the chapter where Jon Snow executes Lord Janos Slint. And it said, half the morning passed before Lord Janos reported as commanded. Jon was cleaning Longclaw. Some men would have given that task to a steward or a squire, but Lord Eddard had taught his sons to care for their own weapons. When kegs and dollars said arrive with Slint, Jon thanked them and bid Lord Janos sit. So Jon is emulating Ned, who, of course, started off the story chopping someone's head off. So that's part of Ned's archetype, is as a instrument of justice. Cleans his own swords, chops his own heads off, and Jon is about to do both. He's cleaning his own sword. And it says that he did, albeit with poor grace, crossing his arms, scowling, and ignoring the naked steel in his Lord Commander's hands. Jon slid the oilcloth down his bastard sword, watching the play of morning light across the ripples, thinking how easily the blade would slide through skin and fat and sinew to part Slint's ugly head from his body. So he's thinking about playing the executioner like his dad, and the morning light runs across Longclaw. So then when he actually goes to chop Janos's ugly head off, it says the pale morning sunlight ran up and down his blade as Jon clasped the hilt of the bastard sword with both hands and raised it high. So these are the only 4 times, ladies and gentlemen, that any swords have morning light glimmering or shimmering. So it's one time it's Robb imitating a King of Winter. Another time it's Widow's Wail, which used to be Ice. And then the other 2 times it's Longclaw in Jon's hands when he's emulating Ned and thinking about Ned. So all of this adds up to Jon being a Stark sword in some sense, and Jon being the one who's going to wield that Stark sword. There's other foreshadowing of Jon looking at the constellation, the Sword of the Morning, and stuff like that. But check out Dawn is the Original Ice for the full story. Next up on Iceberg Theory is Euron equals Urrathon Nightwalker. I grabbed quotes for this too, just so I could be very, very specific. This is based on a couple of quotes from the World of Ice and Fire. So first of all, when Dany's in Karth, she's told that magic is rising again. One of the signs of that is that the glass candles are burning again in the house of Urrathon Nightwalker, which have not burned in 100 years. So we don't know who Urrathon Nightwalker is. Okay. But he's somebody that messes with glass candles in Karth. Now we know that Euron Urrathon, he has been missing for 2 or 3 years from the Iron Islands, sailing the far east, collecting magic and magical knowledge. He claims to have been to Asshai and Valyria. Karth is pretty obviously on the way. He might have mentioned Karth when he says they fear me in ports from here to there. But the point is that Euron would make sense if he had a base of operations somewhere in the east. Karth is kind of its own city, doesn't belong to any nation. It's a place where wealth rules. So it kind of makes sense that Euron might set himself up in Karth as this dude Urrathon Nightwalker, which would mean that Euron has access to glass candles. And that makes sense. He's collecting Valyrian magic and all kinds of magic. So pull up the artwork here. This is Karth by Lincoln Rinaldi and A Black Eye Shining with Malice by Shebzart. And of course, my own photoshopped glass candle, which I showed before as well. So that's the idea. Let's see here. So that all makes sense. You might even deduce all that with logic. But then we hear about a couple of kings in the history of the Ironborn. And I see this new PayPal that's come in. Thank you. It says, upon the death of King Uragon III Grey Iron, Uragon the Bald, his younger sons hurriedly convened a Kingsmoot, whilst their elder brother Torgon was raiding up the Mander, thinking that one of them would be chosen to wear the driftwood crown. To their dismay, the captains and kings chose Urrathon Goodbrother of Great Wick instead. The first thing the new king did was command that the sons of the old king be put to death. For that, and for the savage cruelty he oft displayed during his 2 years as king, Urrathon IV, Goodbrother, is remembered in history as Bad Brother. When Torgon Grey Iron returned at last to the Iron Islands, he declared the Kingsmoot to be invalid because he had not been present to make a claim. The priests supported him in this, for they had grown weary of Bad Brother's arrogance and impiety. Small folk and great lords alike arose at their call, rallying to Torgon's banners until Urrathon's own captains hacked Urrathon into pieces. Torgon the latecomer became king in his stead and ruled for 40 years without ever having been chosen and proclaimed at a Kingsmoot. So many people have identified this as potential Theon foreshadowing, right? Theon was not present at the Kingsmoot where Euron was proclaimed king, just as Torgon wasn't there when Urrathon was proclaimed king. And if Euron is more of is the ultimate bad brother. He's killed 3 of his brothers. He used to rape 2 of them. So that's about as bad a brother as it gets. So this is a pretty obvious parallel, and also sets up the idea that Theon could become Theon the latecomer, and Euron's kingship could be undone by that technicality. And it's referenced in the story. Asha is discussing it with Roderick the Reader. So then there's another one. There's another Ironborn king that gives us a clue about this. So different section of Ironborn history. It says, the final fatal blow against the power of the captains and kings assembled was dealt when Uragon IV himself died after a long but undistinguished reign. It had been the dying king's wish that the high kingship pass to his great-nephew, Euron Grey Iron. And it's spelled Urron, so slightly different from Euron, but still, Euron Grey Iron, Salt King from Orkmont, known as Euron Red Hand. The priests of the drowned god were determined not to allow the power of the king-making to be taken from them for a third time, so word went forth that the captains and kings should be assembled on Old Wick for a Kingsmoot. Hundreds came, among them the Salt Kings and Rock Kings of the 7 major isles, and even the Lonely Light. Yet scarcely had they gathered when Euron Red Hand loosed his axemen on them, and Naga's ribs ran red with blood. 13 kings died that day, and 100 priests and prophets. It was the end of the Kingsmoots, and the Red Hand ruled as High King for 22 years thereafter, and his descendants after him. The wandering holy men never again made and unmade kings as they once had. So, I didn't have this on the screen earlier when I was talking about. Sorry, this is Karth by Lincoln Renali and A Black Eye is Shining with Malice by Shebzart. This and My Glass Candle. So this is the theory. So you can see what's going on in this echo. A different king, Euron, kills a bunch of people treacherously at the Kingsmoot. Now, that's obviously not what Euron Crow's Eye did, but he is the kind of guy who would do that, who would betray his own blood, kill people treacherously. And this, of course, is important symbolism because he's Euron Red Hand. And we know that the weirwood trees have leaves like red hands. And it specifically pointed out that Naga's ribs, which are weirwood, ran red with blood. So it's a symbolic offering of blood sacrifice to a weirwood that's going on here. And 13 kings dying, that's last hero math and stuff. So this is a passage with obvious clues about the ancient long night. And so I find it interesting that this could be another parallel to Euron, because Euron is, of course, trying to take power during the long night. He is bathing in blood. He is trying to become a god, to become the fire of the gods, to use blood magic in sacrifice. And, of course, the first king of the Ironborn, the Grey King, was said to have chopped down the demon tree Ig as well, which is another bit of an echo. So the fact that Euron has these echoes here makes me think that Urrathon Nightwalker should be a Euron echo too, especially since one of these guys literally is named Urrathon. So, oh, have you had enough of that tree perch, girl? I mean, I'd be mad if I was sitting on a tree for that long, but I'm a person. You're a bird. Come here, girl. Come here. It's honestly not Cleo's fault. She just doesn't have any other noises. She only has one noise, which is the strangled turkey noise. If she had an in-between noise, she might use that instead, but she doesn't. She just has the one. Sorry, guys. So there you go. This all makes sense. And the idea of Euron as the Night Walker, it makes sense. Obviously, he's got all the night symbolism. I don't even need to go into that. Watch, Euron King of the Apocalypse and Night's King Crow's Eye are two of my better videos, better performing videos. So I'm assuming most of you guys have seen those. I go into it in detail. But yes, part of that is that Euron is probably Urrathon Nightwalker. And the big conclusion there is that Euron has glass candles, which means that he knows more than even we suspect. He there's no limit to what he could know, essentially. And he could also be using this strategically. Like, how did he know to show up the day after the Faceless Men carried out that assassination? Yes, Euron obviously paid for the assassination of Balin, but the Faceless Men work on their own time, as Jake and Hagar explains to us. They wait around and commit the murder when it suits them. And then Euron rides in the next day. So that's a glass candle thing to me. That explains that pretty well. Clea, what are you doing? You're shaking the camera, girl. Shaking the camera. It's okay. My image is only tiny in the corner. It's mostly got the art up. So there you go. Euron is using glass candles. That is going to aid him in his battle. And then when he rules from Oldtown, as I predicted earlier, he will really be Saruman with the Palantir, because he'll have the glass candle. He'll set up a top. I mean, there might be a glass candle already up in Lord Leighton's chambers, for that matter. But I would expect to see Euron with a glass candle at the top of the high tower in the Winds of Winter. And this will be another thing that sort of escalates his bad guy prowess. So it'll be less of the mockery that he was on the TV show and more sinister. So Desmond is asking, do I think Leighton Hightower will emerge, excuse me, with some kind of magical defense against Euron? Or will Euron likely just waltz in and take over? I do think there's potential for that. Me and Quinn discussed that in the Oldtown, or the High Tower. It's Winds of Winter, the High Tower. So Winds of Winter predictions. And by the way, all the Winds of Winter predictions videos are in a playlist. Ultimately, though, Euron is definitely not going to be defeated. So if Leighton does make a show of it, the main purpose will be to show us that Euron is unstoppable, and for Euron to gain whatever magical artifacts that Leighton might possess. Girl, you can't do that. That's too loud. Come here. So good question. Oh, and PayPal's. Yes, PayPal's. From Mark Daniel. Oh, this is a random question, but I like it. It's quick, so I'll read it. If the Iron Throne is melted swords of the vanquished Westerosi from the conquest, could the Black Pool in Winterfell's Godswood be the melted swords of the defeated others from the long night? Or perhaps their melted bodies, since it would be their whole bodies that melt. It seems like an obvious parallel to the Ice Dragon puddle in the story of the Ice Dragon. When Adara's Ice Dragon finally melts after saving the day, spoiler alert, there's a cold pond that's left behind on her farm, and it's always mysteriously cold. And it sounds just like the pond in the Godswood. I mean, it is the same pond, just about thematically anyways. And we know that the others leave a little puddle when they melt. Ice dragons are just big others, so they too leave puddles. And so the Winterfell Godswood pond could be a melted ice dragon, but it could also be a bunch of melted others. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That's a good guess. For tinfoil, anyways. It would really suck if a bunch of others start emerging from the pond. Of course, we know the frozen pond is an other symbol anyway, so it kind of fits, doesn't it? Okay, the other one, the others will steal Jon's body. This is another one I don't need to belabor because I've made so many videos about it. Lord Snow and Promise to the Others are the two you want. And there's also a live stream to follow those two as well. But put very simply, as I mentioned earlier, the precedent of Coldhands suggests that somebody can be whited by the others, meaning the others can possess their body, but they can then be freed from enchantment. Coldhands seems to be a skin changer, so one presumes that when his body was ice whited, his spirit would have been in his animal. He probably got some help from the children of the forest, one would imagine, and his body was somehow repossessed and his spirit put back in his body. This could happen to Jon, only obviously fire magic could be involved. But the others stealing Jon's body is foreshadowed by the Waymar Royce prologue. You know, the others don't just kill Waymar Royce on sight. They test him. And when he fails the test, that's when they execute him disdainfully. That raises the question. If Waymar Royce had passed the test somehow, what would the others have done? Obviously something other than just kill him, because that's what they did when he failed the test. So if he passed the test, maybe they would transform him in some other way into an other, or because I think they're looking for a new leader. You know, the others in the Kingsguard parallel each other, and there's 6 others in the prologue. So it's almost like they're looking for a 7th, who would be the Lord Commander of their Kingsguard. And when Waymar rises, his symbolism suggests him as a Night King figure. He's got the one blue eye and one pierced eye. This imitates Aemond One Eye, for example, a Dragon Lord with a blue star sapphire in one eye. That combines the other star eye symbolism with the Dragon Lord, because that's his way. Night's King is a Dragon Lord. But come here, Come here, girl. Okay, never mind. Euron is another Night's King figure. He's got the one blue eye. His other eye is called a blood eye, just as Waymar's eye bleeds. So there's this template of Night's King figures with one blue eye. Waymar becomes that after the scene is over. So I put that all together, and there's a video called A New Night's King with a question mark, which explains this in detail. And so the theory is that the others are looking for somebody like Jon Snow or maybe Euron to make into a new Night's King. Maybe Night's King spirit is somewhere in the ether and it needs to reincarnate or something. I'll talk about that later. Or they just need to make a new Night's King. Jon Snow in particular is a Stark. And the Starks, I believe, have the blood of the other in their bloodlines. So I think they want Jon for a Night's King for that reason. And yeah, there's more to it than that, but check out again, Lord Snow and Promised to the Others. So let me get tier 4 ready. We've got we've descended the first 3 tiers here. So now we're ready for tier 4. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Did I just sail on by 4:20 Central Time? I sure did. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Minty. You dug up the new Night's King link, too. Hey, Carl Carsnark, what you doing, man? You got anything to do? No links to share today, huh? What are you doing, twiddling your thumbs? Probably making even more lewd jokes than usual. Don't think I won't go back and watch this chat replay, Mr. Carsnark. Keep an eye on you. I'm watching you. Also because you're funny. All right, so tier 4. What's first? Bran Stark will download the Weirwood Net. That means it's time for The Lord of Light by Ertak Altanaz and White Tree by Sergei Glushakov. That is our artwork on the screen here. So on the right, we see sort of an ice and fire portrait. We see a burning Weirwood tree, Bran with sort of Weirwood stigmata. It's got raven's eyes or maybe icy eyes. There's ice and fire magic swirling about him. It's pretty evocative of what this theory is about. And on the left is basically a snow-covered Weirwood tree. Now, the place to go for this theory is the Weirwalkers video. But essentially, it's the culmination of what happens when you figure out that the White Walkers are some sort of spirits which have been exiled from the Weirwood Net, been kicked out of the Weirwoods. They seem to be the spirits of the original Green Seers from the Weirwoods, whether that be Children of the Forest or Green Men or human hybrids of either of those. I think they're Green Men, but it's not really that important. They are the dead Green Seer hive mind. When Azor Ahai invades the Weirwood Net, and this is one of my big theories, you can check that out on Iceberg 1. That's what burns out the others. It's spelled out over and over. Azor Ahai people invade the woods, and the others come out because of that. And in the prologue, Waymar's invading the woods, and that's what draws out the others. So if you get to that point, well, the others have been exiled from the Weirwoods. It explains why they read as pissed off ghosts, icy she, as George Martin describes them. They're defenders of the forest, but they're frozen and they're pissed, right? So the reason why is that Azor Ahai invaded. Cleo, move your tail. And so how do we appease the others, right? People have been looking for an answer to this question. Like, well, it can't be just as simple as chopping the others with flaming swords and then we all go home, right? It's got to be something more mysterious. The others are the result of some ancient sin that needs to be atoned for. And again, that sin is the invasion of the Weirwoods. And even before you get to the idea that Azor Ahai was the one who invaded the Weirwoods, you can see many signs that they are invaded. They look like zombie trees. So instead of WHITE, white trees, they actually look more like WIGHT, white trees. They have bleeding faces. They usually look in agony. They look like bloody hands. So they look like basically a tree person with a bleeding face and bloody hands. Or even the leaves also look like fire sometimes. So it's like a tree person with burning hair. So all these things show us that the Weirwoods aren't happy, right? And at some point, the carving of the faces started. The carving of the faces has something to do with putting green seer spirits into these trees, right? So it is my belief that the face carving started with Azor Ahai's invasion of the trees, but that's neither here nor there. What we need to do, guys, is we need to get the humans out of the Weirwood Net. Bloodraven spirit, Bran spirit, how many other people came before that? They've all got to get out so that the others can go back in. Now, on the show, we see something like this happen in that Bran downloads the Weirwood Net. He downloads, hey, don't bite that. That's the camera. Bran has a download incident where he seems to download all of the knowledge from the tree into his brain. And after that, he's changed and he has permanent access to all that knowledge. No, I don't think Bran's going to be a robot like he was on the show. However, I do think there'll be a download where the entire hive mind is pulled out of the Weirwood Net and into Bran. This will make Bran the last green seer for true. He will be the last human to ever be a green seer. And it may sever his connection from the Weirwoods, but he'll have all the knowledge in his head. Okay. And he'll still be a skin changer, I guess. But the point is, this leaves the Weirwoods empty now, and the others can dissolve back into the mist, go back home. And this gives us a way to resolve the question of the others without just chopping them down. So I think there's more to it, but that is the basic idea of Bran downloading the Weirwood Net. It's all this hive mind stuff. Gotta let the hive mind back in because it's been exiled, driven out into the cold, just like Ghost was driven away from the other ones. And Ghost, obviously, being a white wolf, is called a pale shadow, just like the others. Oh boy, here we go. Another shout out to Radio Westeros coming. It is Bloodraven plus Shiera equals Mel. Actually, I didn't want to do this one next. Why is this one next in the order? Sorry, 1 second. We will get to that in just a second. Yeah, we'll do it next. That's fine. And then Quay, there's Alyssa Farman. Okay, so Bloodraven and Shiera Seastar are the parents of Melisandre. This theory is Yolkboy from Radio Westeros. I believe it's Yolkboy. It could be Lady Gwyn, but I think it's Yolkboy. It can be found on the Radio Westeros website, and Minty has the link in the chat for this. And so here you can see the portrait, a lovely portrait on the left, Bella Burgholtz, Bloodraven, and Shiera. And on the right is Melisandre. And so I will skim this page from Radio Westeros and give you the highlights. Here's the description of Shiera Seastar, Bloodraven's girlfriend, who refused his offers of marriage many times. She was the greatest beauty of her age, a slender and elegant woman, slim of waist and full of breast. She had a heart-shaped face, full lips, and her mismatched eyes were strangely large and full of mischief. And then Melisandre, here's her description. Slender she was, graceful, taller than most knights, with full breasts and a narrow waist, and a heart-shaped face. Men's eyes that once found her did not quickly look away, not even a maester's eyes. Many called her beautiful. So there's a lot of similarities there. Heart-shaped face being the main one, There's only one other person that gets that description besides Mel and Shiera. And then you have all the other stuff. This, slender waist, full of breast, beautiful, pale skin. Melisandre's tall. Shiera's not. But Bloodraven is tall. And of course, Bloodraven is the only other character besides the Ghost of Highheart with red eyes, just like Melisandre has. Now, we don't know how much of Melisandre's appearance is a glamour, obviously. But it could be that she is basing her glamour on how she looks or how she looked when she was young. And so she basically looks like an albino, except for the fact that she has red hair. But George has very curiously specified that, quote, Westeros has better technology with dyes than medieval Europe did. That's why they are able to get consistent colors such as scarlet, crimson, or burgundy, rather than just red. Very interesting choice of words, right? So Melisandre essentially looks like a combination of Shiera and Melisandre. Shiera Seastar was said to prolong her age with sorcery, just as her mother was Serene of Lys. So Melisandre also has prolonged her age with sorcery. Presumably it's fire magic. But it's a similar idea as her potential parent. So if this is the case, this would be interesting because Melisandre is advising Jon, Bloodraven is advising Bran, and if Quaithe happens to be Shiera Seastar, which is a theory that some people have. Let's see. Okay, I didn't make a separate point for that, but that's the add-on to this theory. If Shiera is Quaithe, then that means you have this Bloodraven, Shiera, Melisandre trio advising the three heroes, right? Bloodraven has Bran, Shiera as Quaithe has Dany, and Melisandre is advising Jon. So it would be really funny that this weird Targaryen love triangle has become the mentors for our three heroes. Now, we have a different a different Quaithe theory coming up, which is the Alyssa Farman theory, which is admittedly probably stronger. But Shiera Seastar, her mother was from Lys. Okay. Serene of Lys. And Lys is the other place besides Volantis that has a, quote, great red temple. And it's not said what red temple Melisandre was sold to. Shiera Seastar does disappear from the history at a certain point. So she might have fled during all the warfare of the Blackfire rebellions, potentially with Bloodraven's child, gone back to Lys, and fallen on hard times to the point where she and her daughter may have been sold into slavery, or she had to sell her daughter into slavery. And that is how Melisandre is sold to the Red Temple. She may not even know who she is. The other thing about this is that, like I said, Bloodraven is a Blackwood. All right. The two Blackwood women that we know of have M names, or at least at the time of the writing of this theory, which I think might have been before Fire and Blood. But there's a Melantha Blackwood and a Melissa Blackwood. So the idea of Melanie, which is Melisandre's real name, coming from Bloodraven's Blackwood heritage also kind of makes sense. So, yeah, or is another idea. Yeah, perhaps Shiera died giving birth to Melisandre, and whoever took care of her sold her into slavery later. That is also possible. So there you go. That is that theory, or combination of theories there. Now, obviously, Quaithe could also be Alyssa Farman. On the right is Dany and Quaithe by Slavic Starks, and on the left is Quaithe by Christina Carroll. So this theory, I give a hat tip to Painkiller Jane, who put together a lot of this on Twitter, but I think a lot of people came to this. It's kind of suggested pretty clearly by the information in Fire and Blood. So, but I'm going to take a second to catch my breath, and then I will give you the rundown on this one. Thanks for bearing with me during the short little breaks. This is going to be a good 4-hour live stream here again, so bit of an endurance round, but I'm feeling good today. Feeling pretty rested up, so shouldn't be a problem. So Alyssa Farman, there's a whole long story to this, which you can read in Fire and Blood, and the wiki of Ice and Fire gives a pretty good summary. But basically, Alyssa Farman was the girlfriend of one of the Rhaena Targaryens. There's a bunch of Rhaenas and Rhaenys and Rhaenyras, and this is a Rhaena Targaryen who had Dreamfire, the dragon Dreamfire. And essentially, Rhaena Targaryen marries Andro Farman because her girlfriend is Alyssa Farman. So it's not specifically said, but it's pretty obvious. That's what they give us that rumor, and then you can pretty much see that that's obviously what happens through the course of the action. So this is a cool lesbian relationship, if you will, a good Alyssa and Rhaena. They have a good story. They have some ups and downs. It's a bunch of drama. So it's something that George put a little thought into. It's a pretty good little story. But it ends with their relationship ending on the rocks on Dragonstone, and Alyssa Farman, who she had already asked Rhaena to fund the building of a ship so that she could sail west to the Sunset Sea and see if there's anything west of Westeros. Rhaena turned her down. This was the beginning of the splintering of their relationship. So then Alyssa Farman steals 3 dragon's eggs from Dragonstone Hatchery and flees in the night over to Essos, where she sells the eggs to a Pentoshi, was it a spice monger? Something like that. And this, no, Bravos, to Bravos. Sea Lord of Bravos ends up with them. That's who it is. Yeah, it's a not cool lesbian relationship. If your girlfriend steals your eggs, that's really bad. I meant from a representation point of view. Cool that George puts in, other than straight hetero relationships. So that's cool. Obviously not cool if your girlfriend steals your dragon eggs. That is bad. And so Alyssa Farman, she sells the dragon eggs to the Sea Lord of Bravos in return for the money to build the ship Sun Chaser, which she then sails west of Westeros. Those 3 dragon's eggs strongly suggested to be Dany's eggs. They are owned by the Sea Lord of Bravos. Jaehaerys Targaryen goes over and kind of grabs the Sea Lord by the scruff and gives him a good talking to. And the Sea Lord's like, oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. However, I would be happy to lower your debts by the approximate price of 3 dragon's eggs. So it's basically an understanding is achieved that the Sea Lord is not to sell them to anyone that's going to try to hatch them or try to hatch them. And if they hear about any dragons being hatched, they're going to come down Fire and Blood and kill everyone. But they will go ahead and leave them in the possession of the Sea Lord in return for lowering of their debt, which they were concerned with at the time. So Rhaenyra beats a quick path before anyone figures this out, sails Sun Chaser to Oldtown, recruits 2 other ships, including Eustace Hightower. Shout out to Eustace Scrub from Narnia, who sails on the Voyage of the Dawn Trader. Very obvious Narnia reference. So Eustace Hightower gets on one of these ships. I think he captains one of the ships. In any case, these 3 ships, Autumn Moon, something else, and Sun Chaser, sail west. And one of the ships goes down, and the other ship is injured in a storm. Sun Chaser drags the injured ship. They found 3 islands, which they name after Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya. And they find pigs on the island, which is proof that people have been there before, by the way, because pigs don't belong there. In any case, the one ship turns back to Westeros. Only Sun Chaser goes on. Then, years later, Lomas Longstrider, when he reaches Asshai, says that he sees a broken down ship that looks like Sun Chaser in Asshai. And pretty obvious. I mean, not proof, but if you know how to read stories, this is an obvious thing. George is telling us that she made it to Asshai and that you can sail around the world the other way, which obviously you can. Unless there's a continent that blocks the entire, north to south thing. Like to sail around the world, you have to sail around the Cape of Africa or the tip of South America here, obviously. But there is a way. It could be that there's nothing but ocean between Westeros and Asshai. We don't know how the continent of Essos ends or if there's more continents in between. It appears that the map of the known world is about half the world. It appears to be the northern hemisphere and appears to be go around halfway around the world. So sailing from Oldtown to Asshai, it's probably a similar distance either way you go. That's what a geographer figured out via extrapolation. And so it's definitely possible. And I think George loves to play with that whole idea of going around the other way. The Great Empire of the Dawn very well may have come the other way, meaning going east from Asshai and arriving on the west coast of Westeros. The Arm of Dorne wouldn't have been broken before the Long Night, according to my theories, which means they could have still sailed the normal way through the Sunset Sea and just not landed anywhere until they got to Starfall because Dorne doesn't have good ports. However, they could have gone the other way, and that's why they came to Oldtown and Starfall and the Iron Islands and maybe Casterly Rock. Sorry, yes, Corlys Velaryon, no. Oh, God, that sound. Cleo, can't you, like, shake the bird toy or something to let me know that you're, like, having a hard time? Come here, good girl. I do love you, but that sound just kind of gets me. Come here. Yeah. It's god awful, I swear. All right. So yes, it was Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, who made it to Asshai and sighted the Sun Chaser, not Lomas Longstrider. Thank you for that correction. Mr. Enite says her broken down ship was attacked by a kraken. There's a naughty joke in here now. It's going over my head. I'm feeling dumb. I'm sorry. I apologize. Cleo fried my brain. So there we go. That is the Alyssa Farman theories. So she sailed around to Asshai, and here's the reason why she might be Quaithe. Quaithe says to go west, you must go east. To go north, you must go south. She's speaking in these opposite land riddles. And Alyssa Farman literally did go west to go east. So it could have been that originally George was going to have Dany do that too. He has said that originally he was going to have Dany go to Asshai physically and that he changed his mind. So I'll talk about that later when I talk about Dany and her candles and what you might do with them. But the point is that that line is evocative of what Alyssa did. Now, Alyssa Farman, again, was the girlfriend of a dragon lord, Rhaenys, and she sold the eggs to the cheesemonger that became Dany's eggs. So she has a couple reasons to have personal interest in Dany. This is a descendant of her girlfriend who hatched the eggs that she stole. She may have felt bad about it. They had a relationship. She did what she had to do to get Sunchaser, but perhaps she lived the rest of her life, mourning the good times with Rhaenys and feeling bad about it, and looks at helping Dany as a way to make things right. And if she did become Quaithe, well, then she got schooled up in all the mystical lore and the mystical arts, and now is concerned with matters of the Long Night and dragons and all that good stuff. So that sort of, it creates a nice poetic loop coming back to help Dany, who again has the dragons that Alyssa Farman stole the eggs for. So it's a pretty good theory. It's not really super critical to the story. It's not like Quaithe needs to come out and explain the ins and outs of the history of all that. But it could be dropped or mentioned, or it could be more strongly implied, just so we know that's where Quaithe comes from. Seems like that could have been just like George giving us Quaithe's backstory for shits and giggles, quite possibly. So there you go. That's a pretty fun one. I do love that theory. I'm torn whether I want Quaithe to be Shiera Seastar or Alyssa Farman. Either one would be super interesting and poetic. I like the echo of the Blood Raven, Shiera, Melisandre triangle with our three heroes, but I also like the potential Alyssa Farman Quaithe echo. And yes, Andrew Farman did go on a murderous spree and then commit suicide. That was a pretty dark end to that part of the story, for sure. So next up is Sword in the Stoneheart. Sword in the Stoneheart, friends. Sword in the Stoneheart is something that I got to. Well, it's really not that complex. I could have put it higher on the list. So here's Lady Stoneheart, right? This is Zippo514. I have photoshopped Oathkeeper from Valyrian Steel, the company who sells replica Song of Ice and Fire swords. So here, because Lady Stoneheart that's the real scene. She's sitting there with Rob's crown and Oathkeeper and glowing red eyes in the dark, swearing bloody vengeance. Now she's called Lady Stoneheart, but she's powered by R'hllor. So we should think of a Stoneheart on fire, which is, of course, a great meteor. A great meteor symbol, needless to say. But it creates these potential parallels. So you think Lightbringer and King Arthur's Excalibur are obviously, parallel things that you can compare. And of course, King Arthur actually had two swords. It's not Excalibur that he pulls from the stone. He pulls a different sword from the stone. Point is, King Arthur pulls one of his swords from the stone. Because Excalibur comes from the Lady of the Lake, which has different A Song of Ice and Fire parallels. But if Oathkeeper is stabbed into Lady Stoneheart, making Lady Stoneheart Nissa Nissa, the sword should take fire simply from the fire white blood of Stoneheart, because Beric lights his sword on fire with his fire white blood. So if you were to jab a sword into Lady Stoneheart, it may very well take fire. Then when you pull it out, you're recreating King Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. So it kind of makes a lot of sense in terms of symbolism, echoing both Nissa Nissa and King Arthur. And perhaps then Oathkeeper would be imbued with flame power. Maybe then, even if the flame dies, it can be reignited potentially. Or maybe it would just be warm and enchanted and not burning with fire, but rather just more like dawn or a piece of dragon glass or something. Now, if this happens, I do think this will happen after my next prediction, which is that Jaime delivers Riverrun to Stoneheart. We know that Brienne and Jaime are in Stoneheart's cave. Brienne is at the mercy of Stoneheart, and she is luring Jaime back there for Stoneheart's purposes. Stoneheart is bent on revenge, but also the retaking of Riverrun and Winterfell for her family, because of family duty honor, the Tully Credo. The Lannisters, not really Lannisters, Cleo's Frey actually occupies Riverrun. Team Lannister, yes. Not Cleo's Frey. What am I saying? Cleo's Frey is dead. It's a different Frey. It's the one that married Gemma Lannister. So possible that Jaime getting an agreement for safe passage for Gemma could be compelled by Stoneheart and Brienne to essentially do something deceptive to get them to open the gates at Riverrun so that Stoneheart's band, the Brotherhood, can retake it for House Tully. I think something like this is definitely coming. Quinn and I talked about this in the Winds of Winter predictions with Lady Stoneheart, which of course is in the chat and up there on the screen. So I think a good chance of the Riverrun thing happening. So it could be that what I would see is that Jaime would be fighting for Brienne's life. Okay, so once they're both back in the cave and they're at their mercy, Stoneheart, we know that Jaime really does care about Brienne more than Cersei, and it's represented when Jaime tears up Cersei's letter and instead follows Brienne down into the cave, essentially, when she comes and visits the camp. So it makes sense to me if that's the leverage that's used against Jaime. It's we're going to execute Brienne unless you go do this. So then Jaime would be coming back to the cave is the point. Once that is done, Stoneheart's role in the story may be done. And then you may get a duel between Jaime and Brienne that's a forced duel where they then maybe turn on Stoneheart and fight their way out of the cave. This is where we could get Oathkeeper stabbed into Stoneheart, lit on fire, something like that. Or a different scenario, Lady Stoneheart could pass her flame of life to Jaime or Brienne who've just been killed, making one of them a fire white. with Oathkeeper that they could then light on fire. So these are some possibilities for Sword in the Stoneheart. But I really think we're going to get something like that. And again, Oathkeeper is one of the most important swords in the story because ice thematically is the sword that we care about the most. It's the Stark family sword. It's the one we see at the beginning of the story. Ned was executed with it. It was stolen from the Starks. It's like a character almost. So Oathkeeper, we really should see it in the fight against the others in the hands of somebody valiant like Brienne or perhaps Redemption Arc Jaime. So this is what we got. Also, that vision of Stannis, a red sword in the hand of a blue-eyed king. There are many people who combine ice and fire symbolism. Jon, ice armor, red burning sword. So Brienne the Blue already has this red and black sword. I would love it if she was somehow a fire white or had a flaming sword at least. I guess I don't want Brienne to be a fire white. I want her to live. But it would be pretty damn cool as far as magic and symbolism and all that. So I've got art for this. Sorry, I've been neglecting you. Well, I did give you the Stoneheart art with Zippo. The other part of this is obviously Jaime's Fever Dream by Sam Hogg. So this is Jaime's dream. Him and Brienne wearing only loincloths, as you can see. In the depths of Casterly Rock, they come up against Rhaegar and the other Kingsguard that Jaime served with. And they're very much, this is the most other-like description of any Kingsguard. They are armored in snow and mist, and they're trailing mist from their shoulders. It's very heavy other symbolism. And, of course, Jaime and Brienne have two swords, which would seem to be Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail, as far as a parallel goes, because Jaime gave Brienne Oathkeeper. So maybe they're both Oathkeeper. But the point is, Ned's ice was split into two swords, which were dyed red like Lightbringer. And so here's Jaime with with a burning sword with Brienne, who also has a burning sword. And they're down in a cave. So if Jaime and Brienne, one of them were to wield the flaming Oathkeeper in Stoneheart's cave, everyone would look back at this dream and see it as very obvious foreshadowing. And the fact that they are fighting against Kingsguard, who are like others here, means that the whole point of Jaime or Brienne getting Oathkeeper is so that they can help fight the others, which seems obvious, but it's also foreshadowed in here in this art by Sam Hogg. So pretty solid theory, lots of evidence for it. And lastly, we have Fire Night's Watch up in the corner. Fire Night's Watch. This is, oh my goodness, it's Melisandre's Secrets 4. Daily Double. This, of course, will be my next produced video. Let me take the text off of it so you can see it. There we go. Fire White's Watch. And I don't want to give it away too much, but this is building on the idea that Jon will be a Fire White, and the ample foreshadowing for the idea of undead Night's Watchman, from Coldhands himself to Jon's future as an undead Night's Watchman, to all the symbolism that imply the Night's Watch as symbolically undead. The Green Zombies theory about the last hero's 12 dead friends becoming undead friends. Undead super friends, if you will. I do think there's a good chance that Jon Snow will have a small team of whites, fire whites, to help him. Barrack's already gone, but perhaps we could get Tormund. Perhaps we could get Dolorous Ed. Who knows? Leave a comment. Let me know. One of Jaime or Brienne, obviously. Hey, do not bite the camera. No. Don't bite the camera. Are you bored, girl? Are you getting bored? Come here. Bored birds. So there we go, guys. That's the Fire White's Watch. Again, don't want to spoil that one, but make sure you've watched Melisandre's Secrets 3 Fire Whites, which is strangely lacking in the views department for some reason. Check that one out if you've missed it. I know I've put out a lot of content lately. So Melisandre's Secrets 3 Fire Whites going to set up this video pretty much in that one. So check that video out. Okay, let me put these theories back up so we can see everything that we've done. And then we'll move on to the next level because we did that one a little faster. Very good. But let me put myself back on the screen so I can get the surprise ready. Oh, it's Cleo on the screen, actually. I'm just sort of here to hold her. Isn't that right, girl? I know. All right. Get ready for Iceberg level 5. What kind of craziness will come up next? LmL is so crazy. Euron is the third head of the dragon / the third representation of Azor Ahai Reborn. You guys knew it was going to be Euron, right? I said a minute ago that Jon and Dany up at the top, of course. I said at the beginning of the stream, I guess it was more than a minute ago, that Jon and Dany are the two primary manifestations of Azor Ahai Reborn. There's no question about that. I do believe Euron is the third one. Tyrion may ride a dragon. And actually, we're going to talk about Tyrion Targaryen theory almost in conjunction with this one. But I do think that Euron is going to be the third head of the dragon. I believe that ruling from Oldtown with his glass candle and whatever else he gets in, digs out of the Citadel's vaults, I think he will call the dragon to the high tower with the horn. I'm not sure how that works with the horn and who owns it and all that stuff, but somehow his dragon is going to land at the top of the high tower. This will be the soaking beast taking wing, breathing shadow fire. The shadow fire is probably a reference to Euron's corrupt sorcery. Maybe he'll do something to the dragon that changes it, but it should be Viserion. And the foreshadowing for this is when Queen Alysanne lands with her dragon atop the high tower, fans the flames of the beacon. So Alysanne is a Night's Queen figure, and Silverwing is a symbolic ice dragon, as is Viserion. So if Viserion comes to the top of the high tower, that would be sweet. And I think that will happen. And then Euron because he is Azor Ahai Reborn. He has all the symbolism too. And his attempts to steal a dragon will sort of cement that. And check out the Azor Ahai King of the Apocalypse. 1 second, guys. I got a delivery here, so I'll be right Oh gosh, I thought that was off of mute for a second, and I said all that about hating my fans. Jesus Christ. Oh, hey. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Thank you all for sticking with me, guys. 3 hours into the stream. You guys are awesome. Again, watching on the replay or live. Appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes when you do a 3-hour stream, real life interferes a little bit. But on the screen, you can see this excellent Euron artwork. And I will give you the artist. On the right is Castina Kalida. That is Euron Crozai with his Valyrian armor. And of course, that is the Dragonbinder horn. That's by Rafael Lima. And on the left is Urtek Altanaz. His artwork of Euron calling a dragon in the sky. There's also a lightning squid behind it, which I think is a very nice touch on the Iron Islands. So it's a bit of an imaginative scene speculating on Euron calling the dragons in Westeros. So kind of gives you the idea. Like, this guy is dressing himself up like Azor Ahai. He's wearing Valyrian steel. Two of his minions have Valyrian steel swords, so he can commandeer one of those if he wants. Wouldn't be surprised if he whipped out Bright Roar from Lost in Valyria or something like that. He's got the dragon horn. And the clincher is the damp hair vision, where Euron says, the bleeding star has come, a new god shall be reborn, now is the end of days. So he's kind of saying, I'm going to be the new god man, and this is the end of days, meaning like the new long night, and I'm going to take power during this long night. So that this is the Bloodstone Emperor, evil Azor Ahai archetype that he is stepping into. He's got all the dragon trappings, and of course he's going to try to call the dragon, and he's showing us the idea of an evil sorcerer god king who tries to take power during the long night, and who might even help try to bring on the long night, whether that's with his horn or something else. So that's Euron is the third head of the dragon theory. And there's one more. I'll also show you. This is Euron Greyjoy by Rodrigo Viana. And of course, Mads Mikkelsen here as Euron. Got the dragon horn and the dragons, so always got to show that one. Now, as for Tyrion Targaryen, well, of course, I have an essay called Tyrion Targaryen, which is an old one. It's Bloodstone Compendium 5, but it's pretty relevant. It's really not been outdated or anything. I haven't gone back to that material. It still holds up. So check that one out. Now, we've already seen the foreshadowing of Tyrion using the Black Dragon piece to vanquish Aegon or FAegon. And this would read as, you know, not saying it doesn't look like, I don't think he's going to ride Drogon. That's probably him advising Daenerys and sending Daenerys that way. However, there's another game of Syvas that he plays in one of the Winds of Winter sample chapters where he picks up a bloody Syvas piece off the floor after a murder's been committed and spilled the board again. He picks up a white dragon, but the white dragon is a carved wooden piece and blood has run into the grooves. So it's giving us Weirwood symbolism, but it's also a white dragon. So not sure what to make of the Weirwood symbolism, but it's obviously an important symbol, the chess piece itself. And the most obvious reading is that Tyrion is picking up the white dragon. Like, maybe he'll ride the white dragon. Now, why could Tyrion be a Targaryen? Well, I will refer you also to Alt-Shift-X's excellent video about Tyrion that he just put out last month, both because it's just a great character deconstruction of Tyrion, but also because he covers the detailed parts of the Tyrion Targaryen theory. And essentially, King Aerys and Joanna were in the same place. They were both in King's Landing around the time when Tyrion would have been conceived. And Joanna Lannister left King's Landing shortly after that time in disgrace. There was some fight, and that's when Tywin revoked his handship, quit as hand. And it's also said elsewhere that Aerys was turning Rhaella's handmaids into whores, I believe is the line, which would be women like Elia Ashara Dane and Joanna Lannister, who was one of Rhaella's court ladies. We also know that Aerys had a crush on Joanna even before Tywin was engaged to her and, quote, took liberties at the bedding. So all the groundwork is laid for Aerys being Tyrion's father. And in the World of Ice and Fire, it's also specifically spelled out that Joanna Lannister was not in the same place as Aerys when she would have become pregnant with Jaime and Cersei. So it's kind of ruling out the Jaime and Cersei Targaryen theory, but putting a lot of fuel on the fire of the idea that Tyrion could be Aerys' son. Tyrion could also be the Chimera, meaning that he's got Aerys and Tywin's seed, which would account for the black and white hair color and the heterochromia eyes. Those are both consistent with a Chimera birth. And the Chimera has symbolism, of course, that's used in A Song of Ice and Fire and would make sense as applying to Tyrion. He has that dream where he has two heads, one laughing and one crying. There's dragons in that dream, as there are in many Tyrion dreams. He has many dreams that could be considered dragon dreams. So there's actually a lot of circumstantial evidence that Tyrion is Targaryen or part Targaryen. I don't know how much this was made of this. I suspect that what'll happen is we're going to see Tyrion jump on a dragon in battle just for a minute through circumstances. And we won't know if he's like bonded with the dragon or if it's just like kind of got lucky and, rode it for a minute safely somehow through circumstance. And we won't know if it was his Targaryen blood or not. But it could also be that he's able to be around the dragons and they're friendly to him and we just sort of won't be sure why, and he'll wonder. Or maybe Sir Barristan will be like, yeah, actually, dude, I know all about that. And he'll bust out with the truth. That could be something interesting for Tyrion and Dany to kick around and bond over. If they're both, that would make Tyrion Dany's half-brother. Right? Blarl is Karl Karsnark's alter ego when he wants to send me a very offensive question. And he doesn't want me to know it's him. I pretend not to know, but I know. I see you, Blarl. So there's that foreshadowing. Then there's also the Sun Wukong Monkey Demon King angle to all this. Tyrion is called a monkey demon many times. And one day, young LmL typed in monkey demon mythology to the old Google box. And basically one thing comes up, which is Sun Wukong and Hanuman from Vedic mythologies. Probably a mythological parallel or cousin, if you will. But Sun Wukong is very famous. Very, very famous in Chinese mythology. And he is a monkey demon king. He is kind of a Loki figure in that he's not good or evil. He's kind of a chaos agent. He challenges heaven and hell. He steals things from heaven and hell. It's a very interesting fellow. There's a TV show there's a book, Journey to the West, that tells his story. It's very popular. There's a TV show based off of it. The point is, Tyrion has many parallels to Sun Wukong, which I went through in the Tyrion Targaryen essay. And Sun Wukong, although he's not a dragon, he steals dragon weapons. He has dragon armor. He steals from the different dragons of the seas. And his major weapon is this staff. The staff is made of black metal. And it does catch on fire. And it can change size. It can be a size of a tiny little needle. Or it can be as big as the universe. Because it's actually a version of the cosmic axis. It's pretty clear. So he's wielding the cosmic axis, just as Odin uses Yggdrasil as a power over the cosmos. So it demonstrates that the Monkey Demon King, he can traverse the realms. And indeed, he, like I said, he goes into hell and back out, to the heavens and back out, just like Odin traverses the realms. So it's a great mythological character. And it's suggestive. It could be consistent with Tyrion Targaryen, because Sun Wukong has so much dragon stuff about him. Like I said, dragon armor specifically. But it could also be consistent with Tyrion as not a dragon person, but someone who is in the midst of dragons, as Mokoro sees him, with dragons all around him. Either could work. But that's the Sun Wukong angle. Oh, and the Sun Wukong art, all three of those are, I could not find the artist attribution. They've just been passed around so many times without the artist named that I couldn't find it. However, these Tyrion ones, I forgot to read. On the right, that's Jason Janicki, and on the left, that's Richard Hescox. Daenerys will land at Oldtown. This is a continuation of the Euron ideas. If Euron's king at Oldtown and he's calling the dragon to Oldtown, well, Dany's going to get to Westeros on Ironborn ships and probably through an alliance. She'll probably make an alliance with Victarion. Victarion's fleet is coming in and helping them win the battle. And then, even though the Ironborn are kind of shitty people, they're Westerosi and Meereen, which is going to be pretty cool for Dany and you know, Barristan and Tyrion and all their team. They need boats. And here comes a Westerosi fleet who wants to ally with Dany. So however it happens, pretty clear that Team Dany is going to be taking ship at some point back to Westeros on Ironborn boats. So if Aegon or FAegon is already occupying King's Landing and Dragonstone, they may go to Oldtown because that's where Euron is. Or there could be a magical reason to go to Oldtown because of the dragon flying there. There's a few things that could happen, but I do think that Daenerys will land at Oldtown. That is where Aegon was crowned king, and that is also where the Bloodstone Emperor invaded Westeros. We know that because of Battle Isle, the name Battle Isle, and the Fuse Stone Fortress there. So I think Dany might echo that. They could even land at Starfall, but I would guess Oldtown. Hello, friends. We're hanging out 300. Make sure to click the like. Thanks for supporting the stream and the program. So next up is Dany will blow Dragonbinder. This is one I made a video about it pretty recently, so I don't need to go into too much detail. But there is this pattern of horn blowers and horns wearing matching armbands and neckbands, what are called torques. So, Dragonbinder horn is first blown by a slave of Euron's who has golden bands around his arms. And then the horn itself has gold and steel bands incised with glyphs. And the armbands are also incised with glyphs. So it's almost like the horn blower and the horn become one. The horn catches on fire. The horn blower is burned from the inside. The horn blower also has the phoenix tattoo, which bleeds. And the horn is associated with dragons. So fiery phoenix, fiery dragon, pretty similar. This art is by, I forgot to put the name on this one. Let me look it up. This one is Dragonbinder horn by Jon Boysonet. Yes, Boysonet. Jon Boysonet. So then we've got Tormund. Tormund blows a horn, of course. Or he doesn't blow a horn, rather. He carries around a horn. The horn of Jormund, the fake one, the Melisandre burns. It looks a lot like Dragonbinder. It's black. It's as tall as a man, 8 feet long, 6 feet long, similar length. The runes, the golden bands are incised with runes of the first men instead of Valyrian runes, but very close. Very similar descriptions. It's associated with Tormund. Tormund's called the Hornblower. Now, Tormund also has bands of old gold incised with the runes of the first men, just like the horn. So I photoshopped this together. This is this Tormund art is by oh gosh, another one where I forgot to put the here. I got it for you though. Tormund. It's by Arvalle, R-V-A-L-L-E, Arvalle. They did a few Torment arts. So, Hornblower and the horn, matching symbolism, right? Well, Dany matches Dragonbinder. When we first see her, she has gold bands on her arms and a golden torque around her neck, which is inscribed with Valyrian glyphs. And Dragonbinder, again, has bands of Valyrian steel and gold, which are incised with Valyrian glyphs. So, if this pattern holds up, Dany's torque could foreshadow her blowing the horn. Now, as I pointed out in the video, there's also kind of an Eowyn Lord of the Rings thing, where the Nazgul's like, no man can stand before me. And she's like, I am no man. Rips off her helmet, hair flowing in the wind, stabs the Nazgul. So, Dragonbinder, it says, no mortal man can sound me and live. So it sounds like sort of an echo of the Tolkien language. Now, Dany is obviously not a man. The main thing of the inscription there is not about gender. It's about mortal. When it says no mortal man, it's meant in the plural of man. So no mortal human can sound me and live. But because it's written as man, it reminds us of the Eowyn line. Now, Dany, she's not quite a normal mortal human, is she? She occasionally does miraculous things. She hats the dragons, and she walked into a roaring pyre and was unburnt. She also was, burnt to the point where her hair was burnt off again in Daznak's pit and again survived. She had some minor burns on her skin, but, wasn't killed. And we've also seen with Arya Targaryen, the amount of time that she withstood the fireworm, the worm parasite infestation, which was burning her. The Targaryens do have some amount of ability to withstand heat. And Dany in particular seems to perform miracles. So, no mortal man may sound me and live. Well, Dany might be able to sound the horn without it burning out her lungs. Or she could even be resurrected by the time she blows the horn. So that is Dany will blow Dragonbinder. And again, you can check out the video for the full explanation there. Went way deep on all the Dragonbinder symbolism. There's also some Nissa Nissa parallels. The horn screams like Nissa Nissa. Dany is like Nissa Nissa. So there's that too. Fire Others. This is another new video for me. Bonero knows all about Fire Others. That's why he's tattooed like a man made out of flame. And that's Atlantis Morissette's Bonero on the left. And Fire Sorceress by Connor Burke on the right. So this is the theory that if there are beings made of ice, there could be also beings made of fire. And oh, by the way, Melisandre seems to be transforming herself into someone who doesn't need to eat or sleep, but instead runs on R'hllor power. R'hllor provided her with all the nourishment she needed, but that was a fact best hid from mortal men. That's the line. So Melisandre is turning into a being powered by fire. If she keeps going, she'll be a total human flame, which seems like an opposite to another in a loose sense. And there's a lot more to it than that, but that's Fire Others theory. And I think the key, which I'll talk about in part 5 of the Melisandre series, is that this will enable Melisandre to perform certain magics at the wall, which she will need to perform to help win the War for the Dawn. So at some point, she's going to have to complete the transformation and become a full-blown fire entity, and won't that be fun? So check out the video. Jon and Dany will go to the heart of winter. I did a live stream called Journey to the Heart of Winter. So that's where you can find the deal on that. But the crux of it, as I show you this art by Zia Taptara, who, by the way, has a Patreon. Xia, Zia Taptara, Taptara. She's a Patreon artist. So check her out on Patreon. Patreon.com/Zia Taptara. And you can see it right here on the bottom of the screen. Here is Jon and Dany with a dragon, and there's others in the background. This is kind of what we're talking about here. I think it's going to be similar to the Lord of the Rings, again, where Frodo and Sam have to undertake a journey behind enemy lines for a deep magical purpose while other people fight a war. I think that's exactly what they got to do. There's something in the heart of winter. Frozen weirwood tree, oily black stone, moon meteors. We talked about this in Iceberg 1. Something important. So with Bran guiding them, I do believe that Dany and Jon will follow the footsteps of the last hero, journeying into the frozen lands, seeking out the children, could be seeking out the weirwood tree in the heart of winter or something like that, or being helped by Bran. And so I do think this is a strong chance of happening. Somebody's got to go to the heart of winter. And George said we're going to go further north than ever before in the winds of winter. So there you go. I think it's going to happen. Sorry, I lost my place on the Photoshop document. Cool. Oh, and that's level 5. Very good. Time for level 6, the bottom level of the iceberg. Here we are at last. There's definitely no more theories after the 6th level. No hidden secret theories. Definitely not. Only 6 levels. Oh, I showed them all at once. Shame, shame. I'll make them disappear again. Sneak peek. You didn't see that. Close your eyes. Let me fix this real quick. We got some fun ones here, though, as you saw, if you saw that real quick. So Sansa will skin change ravens is the first one up. And this artwork is Bran the Green Seer by Piratheon. And on the right is another Aransta Sesteo. So Sansa, all the Stark children were born wargs. Oh, let me show the art. There we go. All the Stark children were born wargs. However, Sansa, unfortunately, lost her wolf very early on, right? Lady was killed. And so Sansa has not been able to develop her magic. However, Sansa has all this wonderful little bird symbolism, right? So maybe she'll skin change birds. And ravens are, George has basically, he's in an interview, he specified that Sansa is also a skin changer. And just because she never got to develop her magic doesn't mean that she is a skin changer. So maybe he's saying that for a reason. The point is, her latent ability could be activated still. Maybe, and there's not really another wolf, so ravens or some other kind of bird would make the most sense. Maybe bats, if you were to go all the way to the Loston or the Went descendants. But I would say ravens would be a good one. Now, part of this theory is that Bran is going to be the one to awaken the gift. So Bran awakened Jon's gift. The first time that Jon ever skin changed Ghost was when he had a dream and he saw Bran. He saw a weirwood tree sprouting from a rock, which then grew to have Bran's face. And they had a little conversation about how Bran likes it in the dark. And he just says, oh, you got to open your third eye like this. And the branch reaches down, boops Jon on the forehead. Then he transports into the body of his wolf and has his first wolf dream, sees out of Ghost's eyes, and he sees the wildling camp, the frost fangs, and all that stuff. So does a little recon, which is actually helpful for them. And so we can see that Bran has awakened Jon's skin changer power. So it makes a lot of sense that Bran would do the same for Sansa and potentially Rickon. I think by the time Rickon comes back and has we're going to talk about Rickon in a minute, but he's been with his wolf this whole time. So he's probably been developing his warg powers in the wild, and perhaps we can get, a bit of help from Bran, a bit of guidance from Bran. So you could see a similar thing with Sansa. She has a dream. and she gets connected to a bird. Her gift is opened. Now, there's actually some mythical parallels which suggest this as well that come from Norse mythology based on the story of Idun and her apples. But I don't want to spoil that because I actually want to make a video called Sansa's Magic, and I want to make a produced video about this. So I would just leave it there for now, that Sansa may learn to skin change ravens. And this will be part of her rediscovering her Stark identity, which obviously will happen. And I do think Bran will essentially be, and here's a piggyback theory, that Bran is going to rally the Stark children back together. He's going to be the one that awakens, sort of communicates and starts tying them all together as a family again. So looking forward to that. All right, so where are we here? Artwork. Green Seers can raise the dead. Could have put this higher up. It's suggested as soon as they tell Bran not to try to raise the dead, right? He sees his father in a vision, and he comes back and he's confused. And he's like, oh, but my father was dead. How did I see him? And Leaf is like, do not attempt to call him back. That's very, very bad. Very naughty. And it's like, why would you tell Bran not to try if they can't do it, or do something awful if they try to do it? Like, there's something there. Bran will try to raise the dead, and it'll be important. And Jon is dead, so it could very well be that Bran will assist in Jon's resurrection. And this could actually be that we get a better Wight. Maybe Jon can actually be resurrected instead of just whited. Maybe he'll have flowing blood, right? Something like that. So it could be that Green Seers can raise the dead, that it's foreshadowed, and that Bran will help raise Jon, or perhaps raise other people from the dead. Ties into the Green Zombies theory a bit. But it's, we got Wights of Ice and Fire. We got some sort of water undead thing with Patchface. So kind of stands to reason that Green Seers can raise the dead. And the Ice Wights themselves seem to be a corruption of the ice magic. All right, let's see here. Oh, yeah, I do have some art for this. So on the left is Coldhands by Diego Gisbert Lorenz. And here we see sort of speculative idea that maybe Coldhands is just hanging out, comparing notes with the children. It certainly makes sense. He's working with Bloodraven. The children work with Bloodraven. And it's likely that the children might have been the ones who sort of, freed Coldhands' ice-whited body from bondage. So there you go. And on the left, you see Bloodraven instructing Bran in the ways of definitely not raising the dead by Mark Simonetti. Okay, Hodor, Walder. So we know that Hodor's real name is Walder. And we also know, George has confirmed, that what the show depicted, as far as Hodor's name being a contraction of hold the door, is correct. And once you know that and you look back in the story, you can see it. You can see it hinted at in many places where Hodor is near a door. So Hodor is going to hold a door somewhere, and this will have something to do with how he became mentally stunted or whatever and named himself Hodor. Now, may not be the same door, because again, Hodor's real name in the books is Walder, which my esteemed friend Rusted Revolver has pointed out. Walder sounds a lot like wall door, and we've seen Hodor go through a door in the wall, which is of course the Black Gate. The Black Gate is at the Night Fort. Here's the Night Fort by Ivson Wild. And if you go down the well, you see the roots of that weirwood tree end, or at least appear with this. Sorry, let me get this. There we go. with the Black Gate, which is a Weirwood face down underground, which is a door. So perhaps, how will Hodor hold this gate? Well, perhaps the door will close on him and the blood sacrifice will power magic, or perhaps he'll fight off enemies at the other side while the door closes, something like that. But it could also be holding a different door in the wall, the Black Gate, or not the Black Gate, I mean Castle Black, or some other gate in the wall. But it should be a door in the wall because his friggin' name was Walder. So I love that. And I've actually got the Twitter thread handy, thanks to Ravenous Reader, who knows where all the threads are buried. So I'm reading Rusted Revolver's. It's at Rusted0Revolver on Twitter if you want to follow him. This is his thread. He said, "This reminded me of a wacky thought I was smoking a couple of days ago. The Hodor reveal is most certainly going to be book canon in its summary form. There's a decent argument to be made that it happens at a door in the wall. Walder is Hodor's real name." And then he says, well, I guess that's it. I thought it was a whole thread. No, it's literally just that observation. Simple as that. Simple and sweet. So there you go. Anyways, hat tip Rusted Revolver. And maybe that'll happen. So I would think either the Night Fort or Castle Black. Yeah, hold the wall door. Exactly. If I could ask Anu to table the discussion of Proto-Indo-European mythical origins, doesn't really have anything to do with what we're talking about here, and it's been going on for like 15 minutes. Can go into some weird places too. So if we could just sort of table that one for today, it is interesting. I will give you that. But discussions like that tend to take over the chat sometimes. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Believe me, I've watched plenty of PIE origin videos. I'm into it. So here we go. Next up is Dragonbinder equals Cometbinder. I hinted at this earlier, but of course, there's a chance that the comet might not just come back on its own, but rather be called by magic. And there's a lot of hints that Dragonbinder is the thing that can do it. First of all, comets are called dragons, and Dragonbinder is supposed to bind dragons. What if it binds meteor dragons, right? That idea comes from an old friend of mine. Let's see, who's that going to be? I'll think of it. Give me a second. Or Ravenous Reader, if you're watching, remind me. So then we've got... are we... Anu, did you catch what I was saying about... Okay. So... Cometbinder. So there's a lot of clues about it. The best clue to me is the fact that when Dragonbinder sounds, it sounds like a shivering hot scream, and a couple of other sounds, a cry and a wail and a piercing screech. It's basically the sound fills the world and sounds like a woman's scream and calls dragons. So at that point, it really sounds a lot like Nissa Nissa, whose scream reached all the way to the moon and quote unquote left it. Okay, dude, that's enough. That's way enough. This is not your forum to show off your knowledge of Proto-European topics. Thank you. I did warn you in any case. So, like I said, the Dragonbinder scene, and I talked about this in Euron, King of the Apocalypse, as well as the Dragonbinder video. The sounding of the dragon horn is very much like Nissa Nissa's scream, and it's supposed to call dragons. Nissa Nissa's scream supposedly cracked the moon, and the moon meteors were the dragons. So Nissa Nissa's scream called down dragons as well. Now, the Dragonbinder horn also is a lot like Lightbringer, with which Nissa Nissa was stabbed, because it's made of Valyrian steel and catches on fire. And Lightbringer is made of some kind of magic steel and catches on fire. Both of them, the inscription on Dragonbinder says fire for blood, blood for fire. And that's exactly how Lightbringer works. So there you go. All right. So we've got, that's that theory. Oh, Evil A. Evil A first came upon that idea. There you go. Oh, and here's the art for that. This is a Dark Souls artwork that I photoshopped the dragon horn into. So here's Azor Ahai. He just blew the dragon horn, and he's waiting for the comet to appear. Any second now. There you go. So either Euron or Dany could blow the thing again, and it could summon the comet back to break the moon. That is totally a prediction that I've made. Wouldn't call it likely, but I would call it possible. So Azor Ahai equals Inaluki. What this means is basically that Azor Ahai, his spirit, is inside the Weirwood Net. Now, this could be the great other. In fact, this would be the great other. Remember, I said Azor Ahai became the father of the others with Night's Queen. He became Night's King. He no longer exists. So he's kind of like Sauron, if he exists at all. His spirit will be in the ether somewhere, which means in the Weirwood Net, in the astral plane. Now, got to give a shout out to Gray Area here and her Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn playlist. And Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn is a series by Tad Williams, which George has said is very influential in A Song of Ice and Fire, right up there with the most influential stuff. And in that series, there is an Azor Ahai Night's King figure who went from hero to villain in the past. His spirit is lingering and looking to reincarnate in the main story. So that's why I call this the Azor Ahai Inaluki theory. But it basically just means that some part of Night's King or Azor Ahai's spirit is in the ether and looking to possess someone's body, aka Euron or Dead Jon, to reincarnate and lead the others in invasion of Westeros. That's the theory. And like I said, it would either be Euron or Jon. So if the others are trying to steal Jon's body, it may be so that Night's King's spirit, Azor Ahai's spirit, can fill the body, which would be really twisted. Or it could be that Euron is, with all his sorcery and glass candle meddling and Shade of the Evening, he's essentially, his body will be invaded by a Night's King figure, and he'll be a doormat for the return of some sort of evil sorcerer to the world. So you can check out the Between Two Weirwoods with Gray. That's Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. And that's also got a link on there to Gray's series about Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. And there's also In a Grove of Ash #4, Weirwood Compendium 4, which has all the information about Azor Ahai being inside the Weirwood Net, which is, he definitely goes in there. It's hard to say when he comes out and how, but he definitely goes in there. So might still be in there. All right, so I'm going to switch the artwork and then, oh, this is Inaluke by Kira Thau. So this is like, yes, Inaluki is a stag man as well, as you can see. So there's a lot of good A Song of Ice and Fire correlations to be had here, but give me 30 seconds and I'll be right back. Are they pleading for mercy?
No, but they're really nice and they're always doing nice stuff. They were encouraged.
All right. I will. And if you're watching, I'm being told that you've been nice elsewise, and I should give you the benefit of the doubt that perhaps you didn't hear my requests to table the discussion. So after the stream, I will unblock you. I'm not going to do it now because I can't, but I will do it after the stream, and consider that a peace offering. So we can be friends. Yes. It was just sort of taking over. And occasionally that can be a little bit controversial, and I just didn't want it to stir up anything crazy. In any case, cheers, and I'll unblock you in a second. So there you go. Redemption Arc, yay! It's very Song of Ice and Fire. So this is the Inaluki. We'll go ahead and take that down. Next one is Ghost, the White Firewolf. So instead of Ghost Jon the Wolfman, he's Ghost, the Whited Firewolf. So here's my idea. My idea is, like I said, the foreshadowing for Ghost's wolf body dying is overwhelming. It has to do with Mithras and all kinds of stuff. The wolf body Ghost, it has to die because Jon's spirit is going to be in Ghost. It will merge with Ghost, and they're going to be stuck together. And the only way to get that spirit out is going to be to rip it out, probably with fire or by cutting the wolf's throat, one or the other. And the merged spirit's going to go back into Jon, who will be a fire white in all likelihood if Melisandre is involved, which she seems to be. So now we've got a dead wolf and a fire whited Jon and Melisandre standing around. So why not raise the wolf? Why not a fire wolf? Instead of the dire wolf, it'll be a fire wolf. All of the dire wolves have eyes of fire anyway. Anytime the eyes of the wolves are described, it's molten, it's fiery, it's heat, hot sun, something like that. Always fiery eyes. And of course, the Stark dire wolves are modeled on Cerberus. Cerberus is a hellhound, a guardian of the underworld, just as the Stark Kings of Winter with their stone wolves are guardians of the underworld, the realm of the dead. So all of the wolf symbolism is fiery. There's also Theon's dream, where there's sort of the boys merged with the wolves, and they're dripping black blood, and they smell of brimstone and sulfur and all this stuff. So the wolves all have fiery symbolism. Ghost's red eyes glow like red suns, and they look like Melisandre's eyes, as well as looking like the Weirwood blood as well. So this could happen, and there's even foreshadowing for it. When you look at Robb, there's a dream that Theon has of Robb entering Winterfell, and his wounds are smoking and bleeding, and his eyes are burning, and he's got his dead wolf next to him, and he's entering Winterfell with this snowstorm blowing in. There's pale shadows around the room and a bunch of dead people. So it really feels like others and whites and Jon marching into Winterfell as a white with a dead wolf at his side. I mean, that's really what it looks like. And Robb's entire death is also foreshadowing of Jon becoming a wolf man. Jon is a king of winter and Robb's brother. He gets the wolf head stuck on his dead body. That is essentially a way of telling you that undead Jon is going to be part wolf and part man. It's going to have ghost inside of him. So, yeah, instead of a white dire wolf, he's going to be a whited fire wolf. And the art on the right is Dark Souls artwork, obviously, by Stephen Kakai K. But that could be a pretty good likeness there. I don't know if Ghost will need a little harness and armor like that, but you get the idea. Pretty fun, right? And a bit of a redemption for old Dave, who's been saying Ghost is going to die for years. So there we go. That's a new one for me. And I'm going to talk about that in the new video, Fire White's Watch. So don't miss that. Next one, Bran and Meera Underground River. I didn't grab art for this one, apologize. But we know that there is a river in Bloodraven's cave, and it goes down to a sunless sea. We know that the caves go so deep that the children of the forest haven't even explored them all. We know that all the Weirwood locations have caves below them. We know that the Winterfell crypts are probably connected to caves. I guess we don't know, but it seems like they're connected to caves as well. In fact, they probably were caves that the crypts were built into. That's the likely explanation. And so we have Bran Stark, who's probably going to have to leave the Weirwood Cave, just like he did on the show. Is Meera going to drag him across? Like, if, is Meera going to drag him? I mean, I guess it could be Hodor, but, the journey on foot to Bloodraven's cave was fraught. It was long. It was tough. And they may not be able to go back the same way. And so my friend Quinn's Ideas, shout out to Quinn, who is still basking in the Dune afterglow. And check out Quinn's Ideas YouTube channel, of course, for all your Dune coverage. I saw Dune. It was excellent. He suggested that Meera could make a boat and they could return to perhaps, at least under the wall, if not all the way to Winterfell, on the underground river. So, again, Meera Reed knows how to make reed boats. Her dad made a reed boat and sailed out to the Isle of Faces. That's part of the Night of the Laughing Tree story. So Meera could absolutely take strips of bark and long pieces of weirwood root and maybe some wood, and with a little help from the children, fashion a little canoe. And that could be how Bran and Meera escape, with Dark Sister, of course, from Bloodraven's cave. So really like this theory, and it makes use of Meera's skills. Meera's just kind of been tagging along and hunting, but she hasn't really had shit to do since they got into the north. So assuming Jojen's dead at some point, Bran and Meera in a canoe, that would work. And Summer, I guess. Yeah, so there you go. That's that theory. The Gorn and Gendel's children tale also suggests there are caves under the wall. So you won't walk again, but you will float. I like that. Nice. Nice. All right. So, all right. So that's it. We've done all the theories. And wait a minute. What's this? There's a sea dragon that's been summoned, and he's brought with him more theories. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Let me hide them before I reveal them so I can do them one at a time. If you watched Iceberg 1, you knew this was coming. I've got 7 even crazier theories for you. God, save us. Yes, it's the patch face corner. That's right. Only madness comes from the patch face corner. All right, so what do we got first? Hello, oh God, it's Bolton. The theory that Bruce Bolton is an immortal skin changer. So on the right, we have Roose Bolton, Lord of Winterfell by Mihai Radu. And on the left is Ramsay Bolton by Aldo Katayanagi. Katayanagi. Aldo Katayanagi. He does a lot of good Song of Ice and Fire art. Aldo-art.com. Clever man. Doesn't make us remember his last name. Aldo-art.com. So the Boltons have all this skinning symbolism. They wear the skins of people, including Starks. This obvious parallel to the idea of skin changing, which is a magical practice. So there's various theories about maybe the Boltons are, this tradition is like mocking skin changers, or maybe they used to be skin changers like the Starks and they warred against the Starks, and this translated itself into this skinning sort of culture or whatever, right? But maybe it's a little more than that. Maybe Roose Bolton is an immortal skin changer, like I said. Now, the reason why I like this theory is that it works with the magical mechanics that we're given in the story. we are shown that you can steal people's bodies. Bran steals Hodor's body for a time. He rents it back out when he's not using it. It's like a detachable penis. Shout out to the King Missile. Bom, 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 bom. You youngins don't know nothing. Anyways. What was I saying? Oh, yes. It uses the mechanics that are given to us in the story. We know that you can body snatch people. It is a thing. It can be done. So, if it's possible, that means at some point you'd have a very naughty person doing it. You'd have somebody more powerful than Varamir Sixskins, who really isn't that powerful of a warg. He's just been doing it a long time, but his power is not equal to Jon's, for example. Okay. Hang on a second. So if you had even more powerful, and also Varamir is weak and sick too. He's on death's door when he tries to steal Thistle. So the idea is perhaps the original Bolton had a practice of trying to produce an heir with the Green Seer gene. And this is also ties into the first night and the Lord's right. The idea that the kings of the first men would go and impregnate women on their wedding night before their husbands get to. It's called the Lord's right. It's an awful thing, obviously. And Queen Alysanne put a stop to it at a certain point. But a tradition persisted for centuries before that. And the magical explanation for that could be Green Seer kings and Warg kings that have very low odds of reproducing an heir. And so by spreading their seed all across the land, increasing the odds that one of them will have the gift. And you can see that Varamir is disappointed that none of his bastard children have the gift. So he was kind of trying to do that, right? So the idea is that perhaps the Boltons have been successful at this. And the original Lord Bolton had a kid eventually with the gift and then stole their body when they were a teenager, let's say, abandoned their old body, stole a new body, and thereby maintained their youth. And then they go about having more children and doing it all over again. Because this is kind of what Ramsay does. Roose rather, he rapes a woman of his lands. He hangs the husband and then beds the wife. And that's Ramsay's mother. And then when he comes by, he sees that Ramsay has his eyes. They make this big deal about these pale eyes that Ramsay and Roose both have. They're like ice, like moons. They look like chips of ice. It spends a lot of time describing their eyes, and they're the exact same. And that's how Lord Bolton says he knew that was definitely his son and that the woman wasn't lying because he had his eyes. So people are like, oh, Roose has identified Ramsay as an acceptable vessel. And so essentially, Roose at some point, because Roose is described as ageless. Like if you read the description of Roose, I mean, I think it's just meant to make him sound like a vampire, but essentially he has the vampire symbolism and he looks ageless. And so perhaps he really is ageless. Perhaps he's an immortal, body snatching, evil Green Seer warg or something. So that's Bolton in a nutshell. You could probably find write-ups of it on Reddit or somewhere, but that's that theory. It always has a place in my heart because again, it works with the mechanics of the story, and something like that is kind of inevitable that people would try to do it. So it's just a question of whether or not somebody was successful and whether or not that person is Roose Bolton. No, that's not next. What's next? Next one is an ice dragon will appear. Will the ice dragon appear? We know that George loves his ice dragon. He thinks about it as his invention. There is a kind of ice dragon in an old Dungeons and Dragons pack, I think. But it's not something you see around in fantasy. He wrote a whole story about it called The Ice Dragon, which I highly recommend And I did a stream about the Ice Dragon and how it foreshadows some of the things about the ending of A Song of Ice and Fire, which is right here. So the question is, George has told us that they exist in the world of Ice and Fire. It says that the Ice Dragons exist in the north. And of course, the Maesters aren't sure. But it's been seen. So one thinks that there is an Ice Dragon lurking out there somewhere. It's basically an other that's a dragon. It's made of ice. Its wings are translucent. And most importantly, it melts completely when it dies into a puddle, just like another. So it's a dragon that is an other. It's very different from Whited Viserion on the TV show, who is a fire dragon who dies and becomes ice-whited. I do think that could be something they got from George. I think it's very possible that one of Dany's dragons could be whited, and it would be Viserion, who has the ice dragon symbolism. It's very possible Euron could be a part of that or not. But it's also possible we could see an actual ice dragon flying around, flying out of the heart of winter somewhere. I'm not sure if George can resist putting it in the story. So this is that's that. That is that's the ice dragon idea. It's simple, but it's just we could see one. So let me know if anyone's got any more specific ideas about like how that could work or what role it could play. Gemstone Emperor Redux. And here I will put up the beautiful gemstone art by Atlantis Morissette. Dany with the, I guess I'll leave it up. So Dany, like I said, she's probably going to get a glass candle. And George originally planned for Dany to go to Asshai physically, but then changed his mind. And Quaithe is teasing the whole reason to go to Asshai is because Quaithe says there's truth waiting for her there, right? Some sort of magical knowledge, probably about dragons, Azor Ahai, and the Long Night. So instead of going there physically, which would sort of take too much of the mystery away from Asshai and also require a very long voyage, makes more sense that the glass candle will be the way that Dany will gain yet more secret knowledge. Now, the Gemstone Emperors have flaming swords, and they're encouraging her to wake the dragon in her dream. So they would seem to be connected to both dragons, the Red Comet, and Lightbringer and Flaming Swords, as the Great Empire of the Dawn theory stipulates. So if she saw these guys again, it might be a good vehicle for her to obtain more knowledge about what she is supposed to do with the dragons, which is to fight the others. And I think she shouldn't get too clear of information about that, because we need Dany to have this moment of choosing to let go of her dream of, her inherited dream from Viserys, of retaking the Iron Throne, and decide instead to head north and deal with this threat of the others. So if it's too clearly spelled out to her that she's supposed to fight the others too soon, that would sort of undercut that decision. I think that Jon Snow will bring her the last word about the others that will change her mind. Not unlike in the show. I think that they got that part right. So I would expect the Gemstone Emperors to give her more cryptic clues, Quaithe to give her more cryptic clues, and then when Jon tells her about the White Walkers, it will line up with something that the Gemstone Emperor said about the Pale Shadows, or something like that. So this is called Gemstone Emperor Redux. It's simply the idea that Dany will see these folks again, and we might even get more confirmation of the Great Empire of the Dawn theory in general. Like, it'll be obvious that these people are from Asshai or something like that. Next up is Dragon Bomb Theory. I think that's slightly out of order, but that's fine. Yeah, the Euron one was supposed to be before this. Whatever. Dragon Bomb Theory. This is about Summerhall and Hardhome. Give me 1 second, guys. And we're back. Just about back. So this is, I love this. This is probably my favorite tinfoil. Basic idea is simple. Dragon bombs can explode. I mean, dragon eggs can be bombs. They can explode. Summerhall's got a bit of a mystery. We know, you can see the words on there. This is our account of Summerhall, supposedly comes from a book where the ink was smudged. So we've got these rumors about Summerhall. George is building up the reveal of this, right? So it says, the blood of the dragon gathered in one. 7 eggs to honor 7 gods, though the king's own septon had warned. Pyromancers, wildfire, flames grew out of control, towering, burnt so hot that died, but for the valor of the Lord Comet. And that's all we get. So what do we know from that? Starting with the last line, it's clear that Dunk saves somebody's life. Dunk was the Lord Commander at this time. Somebody would have died but for the valor of Dunk. So there's theories about that. Dunk is Hodor's ancestor. So people have even speculated all this talk about Dunk's foot when he says, oh, the kingdom will need this foot one day. Maybe he used his foot to hold a door open instead of closed and allowed someone to escape. Something like that. So I do like that idea. It makes sense. I forgot whose theory that is. If anybody knows, that is somebody's theory. But Dragon Bomb theory is simply the idea that the eggs themselves can explode. And that is why the flames were so unexpectedly hot. Like, it's implied that it was the wildfire that got out of control. But the thing is, we've seen the pyromancers. They burnt down the Tower of the Hand with wildfire. And they did a perfect job. It was totally controlled. It didn't get out of hand. So what they were trying to do at Summerhall, obviously, was wake 7 dragon eggs with wildfire and whatever other sorcery that Egg had been able to find. It's definitely possible that Egg was trying to sacrifice some of his family members and do blood magic. That is possible. It would be sad if Egg went down that road, but it's very possible. But the point is, somehow these flames were way more than anyone expected. They got way out of hand. So what caused that? Then we have Hardhome. Hardhome is another inexplicable explosion. Now, I'm going to talk about this more after I've consulted with my geologist friends about this. But the so-called screaming caves at Hardhome do appear to be lava vents. And there are other clues of geothermal activity there, such as the extremely fertile soil at Storald's Point, where Hardhome is. That's why it was the site of the only wildling city, because there's some fertile ground there. Also, Dragonglass. There has to be volcanic activity or geothermal activity somewhere to create obsidian in the north, which there does seem to be obsidian in the north. So, what exploded at Hardhome? Something did. The explosion at Hardhome was so big they saw it from the wall. It looked like the sun was rising. So this was an explosion of mind-blowing proportion. Huge. So what happened? It could be that, by the way, Hardhome was 200 years before the Doom. Okay. The Doom is also involved in this because we know that the 14 flames, the volcanoes on the Valyrian Peninsula, they all exploded at once, right? Oh yes, that's good. A Toby Moss. Yeah, there could have been a gas pocket at Hardhome that exploded. That could be too. Yeah, sure. So Valeria, obviously, the basic theory we have for the Doom is that the mages banking the fires of the 14 flames would have been assassinated by the Faceless Men working for Aenar Targaryen, of course. But it could be that it was more than just assassinating the mages. What if the Faceless Men set off the cache of dragon eggs or tossed them into the fires? And that made the volcanoes not only go off, but explode. If you started with the one volcano and just shoved 100 eggs into the fire, it'd be like shoving a bunch of bombs into the heart of a volcano, right? Could be something like that. So maybe, since Hardhome was 200 years before the Doom, it could be that Hardhome represents an experiment by the Faceless Men, perhaps working with the Citadel, or by the Citadel, who is also anti-dragon. Because there's this really weird story about this maester who goes to Hardhome, lives there for 3 years, becomes friends with the wildlings, is accepted as a medicine man amongst the wildlings at Hardhome. Then he comes back to Oldtown. He writes a book about his experiences very quickly. As soon as he's done, he's last seen boarding a ship for Eastwatch, which would be how you would get back to Hardhome. And we're not told when that happened exactly, but that maester was kind of never seen again. Okay, so he found out a bunch of information at Hardhome from wildling culture, went back to Oldtown, reported it all, wrote a book, then went right back up there. So maybe he had something to do with the Citadel blowing up Hardhome, and maybe that was a test run for the Doom, because the idea of the Doom is what happens if we add magic or these explosive dragon eggs to a volcano. Will it set off a chain reaction that could cause a Doom? And so you have to test it out at a volcanically active place. So maybe they did it at Hardhome. That's Dragon Bomb theory. And the last part of it is that the Faceless Men may have gotten a dragon's egg from Euron. It's pretty certain that they did. So what would the Faceless Men want with a dragon's egg? There's not enough time to hatch it. But if it's a bomb, maybe they're going to blow up Dragonstone with it. Something like that. Maybe they have intentions, because they're getting a book about dragon lore. Jake and Hagar has stolen that from the Citadel, looks like. So they've got a book about dragon lore. They've got a dragon's egg. What are they going to do with it? Maybe they're going to blow something up, which would probably be Dragonstone. Or maybe Winterfell. So there you go. That's Dragon Bomb theory. Hooray. Let's see. Euron will try to become a Night's King. So this is specifically the idea that Euron is going to try to take control of the others. I've already talked about the idea that he could be body snatched, and that's probably makes more sense. But Euron is gathering magic from all corners of the earth, and he's drinking the shade of the evening that turns your lips blue and gives you that other-like undying symbolism. So there's still a possibility that Euron could try to intentionally gain control of the others, thinking that this will be his army. And the thing is that it's obvious that the drowned men, when they say what is dead can never die, well, it sounds a lot like the Wights, who are very hard to kill again. So anytime Euron is running around with a bunch of Ironborn, he's basically a Night's King figure leading a bunch of symbolic Wights who are dead and can never die. And there's a lot of other wordplay with his ships, the other ships, this and that, the other captains, bloody, bloody, bloody. So check out Night's King Crow's Eye and see what you think of the symbolism. But I think there's actually a chance that Euron will intentionally try to lead the others and become a Night's King. Picture the way Melisandre worships fire and is trying to become a fire other. Euron might try to do something like that. Blowing up Winterfell would expose the lower levels of the crypts, maybe. A lot of people asked me for a Winterfell crypts theory, but I don't really have a specific one. I've got many possibilities. So I was thinking that I've done this before, but for Halloween is next Sunday. And I am going to a Halloween party with one Quinn's Ideas, lover of Halloween and decorator of houses in Halloween attire. However, that's later in the day. So I was thinking for our normal Starry Wisdom Sunday next Sunday, let's do a spooky stream. We'll talk about the crypts of Winterfell. I've had people asking me what Mance was looking for down there, and obviously there's lots of ideas about it. I've developed my ideas about it since like the Halloween Winterfell stream I did 3 or 4 years ago. So we'll do that. The stream is going to hit 4 minutes and 20 seconds in like 6 minutes. All right. Well, we'll definitely celebrate that. I'm not going to finish in 6 minutes. Or maybe right at 6 minutes. We'll see. You'll have to tune in Sunday to see what my costume's going to be. But I will stream in costume on Sunday, and we'll talk about the Crypts of Winterfell. How about that? So there you go. And I'm going to work hard on the Melisandre's video all next week. So Euron might try to become a Night's King. And here's a picture of Euron from Aransta Sesteo. I used this on the Source of Magic stream, so you've seen it before, but great piece of artwork. You could go through all Euron's buddies and identify them here. Rolf the Limper and whoever else, but I don't care. Ralph the Limper. I don't give a shit. Great art, though. Oh my God. Biter's a Merling. We're really going off the rails here. So, on the right is Biter. He's in the upper left-hand corner of the picture on the right. And this art is by, oh shoot, I didn't write down the name. And on the left, of course, is the sexy Squisher himself. And you can see the likeness all right already. But let me give you the quote. There's a couple of quotes. Every quote about Biter makes it obvious that he's a Merling. To be frank. But let me give you the goods. The bald one opened his mouth and hissed like some immense white lizard. When Arya flinched back, startled, he opened his mouth wide and waggled his tongue at her, only it was more stump than a tongue. Stop that, she blurted. And then Jaqen says, a man must be ashamed of the company he keeps. Would that he were home. This man's ill-bred companions in captivity are Rorge, he waved his tankard at the noseless man, and Biter. Biter hissed at her again, displaying a mouthful of yellow teeth filed into points. A man must have some name. Is that not so? Biter cannot speak, and Biter cannot write. Yet his teeth are very sharp, so a man calls him Biter, and he smiles. Are you charmed? A minute later, Arya approaches the wagon, and it says, every step was harder than the one before. Fierce as a wolverine, calm as still water. The words sang in her head. Syrio would not have been afraid. She was almost close enough to touch the wheel when Biter lurched to his feet and grabbed for her, his irons clanking and rattling. The manacles brought his hands up short, half a foot from her face. He hissed. She hit him hard, right between his little eyes. Screaming, Biter reeled back and then threw all his weight against his chains. The links slithered and turned and grew taut, and Arya heard the creak of old dry wood as the great iron rings strained up against the floorboards of the wagon. Huge, pale hands groped for her, while veins bulged along Biter's arms, but the bonds held. Blood ran from the weeping sores on his cheeks. And then he's basically always hissing. He sounds like a lizard. He's described as a lizard. He's way too big. He's friggin' huge. Later, when Brienne sees the 7 mummers approaching on horse, Biter's twice as big as the rest of them. He's friggin' huge. Oh, it's 4:20 on this. Nope. By my time, it's only 4 hours and 18 minutes into the stream. So 2 more minutes to go. I started late. Now, the other quote, which I don't have ready. Let me see if I can pull it real quick. Oh, yes, I do. So Brienne stabs, I believe it's Rorge, wearing the hound helm. And then Biter crashed into her, shrieking. He fell on her like an avalanche of wet wool and milk-white flesh, lifting her off her feet and slamming her down into the ground. Brienne is big, by the way, so Biter's incredibly strong. She landed in a puddle with a splash that sent water up her nose and into her eyes. All the air was driven out of her, and her head snapped down against some half-buried stone with a crack. No was all that she had time to say before he fell on top of her, his weight driving her deeper into the mud. One of his hands was in her hair, pulling her head back. The other groped for her throat. Oathkeeper was gone, torn from her grasp. She had only her hands to fight him off, but when she slammed a fist into his face, it was like punching a ball of wet, white dough. He hissed at her. She hit him again, smashing the heel of her hand into his eye, but it did not seem to feel her blows. She clawed at his wrists, but his grip just grew tighter. The blood ran from the gouges where she scratched him. He was crushing her, smothering her. She pushed at his shoulders to get him off her, but he was as heavy as a horse, impossible to move. When she tried to knee him in the groin, all she did was drive her knee into his belly. Grunting, Biter tore out a handful of her hair. So it goes on, and he's definitely a squisher. Thank you, Desmond. Exactly. He doesn't feel pain. I'm sorry, guys, but Brienne is strong as shit. And she pounds him in the face 4 times, smashing his orbital socket with her heel. That would have broken any normal man's orbital socket. Biter doesn't even feel it. It's because he's a friggin' squisher. That's why. That's why his skin is all doughy and weird. His eyes are beady. And the tongue is, the reason why the tongue is cut off is because otherwise we'd see the long forked tongue of a squisher. We'd see that long forked tongue of a squisher. I'm telling you, if that tongue wasn't cut off, we'd know it was a damn squisher. That's why it's cut off. So we don't put it together. And those teeth, they're not filed. They're just like that. Because that's how squishers are. They got filed teeth like them squishers out on the Thousand Islands. That's right. Nimbledick tell you all about it. All about Nimbledick was right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I told them sons of bitches Biter was a damn Merling. Did they listen? No. Didn't listen to old Dick. Got what was coming to him. Nimbledick was right. Hashtag it up. Put it on the interwebs and the social medias, on the Tumblr. Insta watch it. So I will just say that just to sort of change up, I will switch on Werner Herzog voice, and I will read Grey Waste Tim's contribution to this topic. In the wondrous majesty and beauty of nature, we see the humble begin. Oh, sorry. Hold on. In the wondrous majesty and beauty of nature, we see the humble beginnings of the squisher life cycle as young tadpoles. Soon they will sprout arms and legs, make their way onto land, and begin abducting humans of their own. And the cycle of life begins again. Fascinating. Thank you, Grey Waste Tim. Oh, we got a new member. I just did it. Stephen Lumbre watched all 4 hours of the stream, and the Nimbledick voice got it. Nice. Speaking of the 4-hour stream, Nimbledick need to catch a breath of fresh air. Just hang on a quick cotton picking minute. Nimbledick has been informed that it is Stephanie, not Steven. And I have misgendered you. I'm sorry. Do I get canceled now? Is that how this works? Is old Dick can't get canceled? Come on now. I meant well. No, seriously though. Sorry if I get the name wrong. And so Biter is a Merling, and Grey Waste Tim does put it in all seriousness that out there on the Thousand Islands, the people have green skin and an overall fishy appearance. They're said to be deathly afraid of the water and make sacrifices to fish-headed gods, squanimous fish-headed gods, if I do recall the exact wording of the passage. The fish that swim the waters around the islands are oddly misshapen and have a bitter, unpleasant taste. A bitter, unpleasant taste. Perhaps you mean a bite or unpleasant taste. Oh, it's a wordplay. It's one of them wordplay clues LmL talks about. It says bitter, but it's talking about biter. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, unpleasant taste, not unlike the fish in the river Ash. What if these aren't actually fish, but instead baby human squisher hybrid larvae swimming around like a water version of the worms with the faces, with the hands from old Valyria? Wow. That's one of the mind-blowing emoji faces with the explosions coming out of the brains. That's like maybe the whitefish in Bloodraven's cave are a squisher larva and in a shy. Wow. That's right, Minty Maelstrom. My mind is blown. Nimbledick's wig is flipped. My dome is fried, Minty Maelstrom. It's true. Old Dick's whole world's been turned upside down, and now there's squisher larvae swimming in the river. I don't like this one bit. All right, well, I don't know how I could possibly follow up that. However, I do have one more, which is Feral Rickon rides an army of horny goats and cannibals. It leads an army of horny goat riding cannibals. Yes, so the thing to picture is Rickon riding on a direwolf. Rickon Stark riding on a direwolf, leading an army of horny goats with cannibals riding on them. Enormous horny goats. George has said we will see his unicorns, which are the enormous horny goats. And we see one fighting with Shaggy Dog in one of them wolf dreams. And it's enormous. It's single horn leaves a long rent down the side of Shaggy Dog. So I expect Rickon will have gone fully native with the cannibals. And he will ride down on the winds of winter with the horny goats and the cannibals and probably then die. But still, it will be glorious. It will be glorious. Yes. Nimbledick for president. Hashtag. All right. Well, folks, once you go Dick, you can't go back. So once you go Nimbledick, that is, there's no going back. So this is the stream. That is all the theories. Thank you, friends. If I didn't get to any, you'll have to forgive me. We'll do a Q&A soon. I haven't done a Q&A in a hot minute. I have been getting some PayPals lately with Q&A questions that I haven't had a chance to do. So we'll get that squared away soon. But for now, I'm going to go eat myself some dinner. Nimbledick done worked himself up an app. Okay, I'll stop. This is bad. All right, guys. I love you. I really do. Thank you for watching this stream. It's been a pleasure. And shout out to, what's his name? The guy who stole the Iceberg. Alt-Shift X. Yes, thank you, Alt-Shift X, for loaning me use of your Iceberg model. This was fun. Thank you all for joining me. Click like, leave a comment on your way out. Tell me what your favorite theories are. Start an argument. Talk about Proto-Indo-European. That's fine, I guess. And once again, sorry, Anu, I will unblock you. All right, guys. Love you all. Nimbledick says, go on, have a good Sunday. Go War.